Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To everyone on a hybrid platform, we bid you welcome to the seminar on values-based leadership and value-based performance series 2, 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, you are now on the YouTube platform and also Zoom platform, organized by UIAM Malaysia and AKEPT Malaysia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh once again. Yang berbahagia Profesor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector of International Islamic University Malaysia, yang berusaha Associate Professor Dr. Yazrina Yahya, Deputy Director Center for Leadership and Sustainability, Akademi Kepimpinan Pengajian Tinggi AKEPT, His Excellency Prof. Thakur Singh Paudel, former Minister of Education, Royal Government of Bhutan, Vice Chancellors and Deputy Vice Chancellors of Public Universities, IIUM Universities, the University Management Committee, Executive Directors and Registrars, distinguished speakers of the seminar on Values-Based Leadership and Values-Based Performance Series 2 2021, committee members from both AKEPT and IIUM, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters. It is my great pleasure to welcome all of you to the seminar on Values-Based Leadership and Values-Based Performance Series 2 2021 with the theme, The Rise of Values-Based Leaders in Action, which is scheduled today, 3rd June 2021 for the whole day until tomorrow, 4th June 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, the first series was held on 15 February to 16 February 2021, and you can still follow the link on the YouTube. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, on behalf of the organizer, I bid you welcome, stay put, and the International Islamic University Malaysia, IIUM, in collaboration with Akademi Kepimpinan Pendidikan Tinggi AKEPT, are grateful to announce that we have with us on hybrid platform at the moment almost 500 participants, through Zoom and YouTube channel. And together with us are the speakers for today and tomorrow's sessions. I can also see on the screen, some renowned faces from other higher institutions as well, not only in Malaysia, but abroad. And based on the registration database, we also have participants from neighboring countries. We thank you once again for your willingness to join us in the seminar on Values-Based Leadership and Values-Based Performance Series 2 2021. Once again, it is organized by IIUM in collaboration with AKEPT with the theme, The Rise of Values-Based Leaders in Action. Ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned earlier, we will be listening to the great leaders from the higher learning institution, and what is special about the second series of VBP webinar this time is the presence of His Excellency Prof. Thakur Singh Paudel, the former Minister of Education, Royal Government of Bhutan. And this 2 days webinar also will bring together the Vice Chancellors from UMS, UMK, and UUM. We also gather the Regional Centers of Expertise, RCE, Education for Sustainable Development representatives from Kuching, Pulau Pinang, and Gombak, Malaysia. And ladies and gentlemen, just sit back, make sure your internet connection is stable, and enjoy listening and watching. And without further ado, let us welcome Al-Fadil Ustaz Muhammad Ramadan Suki from the Sultan Haji Ahmad Shah Mosque, IIUM, to recite the dua. Tafaddal.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. الحمد لله الذي جعل أول يومنا هذا صلاحا وأوسطه فلاحا وآخره نجاحا والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه ومن اهتدى. O Allah, we beg Thee all of good things which pertains to this day and days hereafter. You have bestowed on us the greatness of your ni'mah in which we could never dream, and you have protected us from harm when we cannot detach ourselves from it. We have done deeds in which only you have the knowledge of its good or its bad. O Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate, bless all of us today in this seminar. Make it a stage for further prosperity and progress, and be of great benefit and contribution to the development of our people in Malaysia and the whole of the Ummah. O Allah, we plead that you shower tawfiq upon us, for us to continue to do good deeds that receive your pleasure that yes. O Allah, we seek you might. We seek your might to safeguard our physical self so that we continue to worship you. Safekeep us so that our hearts are filled with love. Please open our hearts so that we seek you always, just like how you open the
Eng.
Amin, amin, ya rabbal alamin. Shukran jazilan, Ustaz. Ladies and gentlemen, our first day of the seminar will begin with the opening remark from Yang Berbahagia, Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector of UIAM. Please welcome.
Thank you, Sharizat. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu syafil anbiya mursalin. Wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. La hawla wa la quwata illa billah. My colleague, Associate Professor Yazrina Yahya, Deputy Director, Center for Leadership Sustainability, AKEPT, Ministry of Higher Education, Excellency Professor Thakur Podiel, a former Minister of Education, Royal Government of Bhutan, fellows, Vice Chancellors, Deputy Vice Chancellors, IUM University Management Committee, Executive Directors, registration, organizers of this seminar or webinar, honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters. Praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala that we have given this opportunity again to meet with one another to talk about the continuation of a topic that was very successfully held in February. If I'm not mistaken, the number of viewers to date is about 13,000, and that is a staggering figure, given the notion that this is a topic that is now very much talked about around the world. We have just finished the UNESCO consultation on the futures of education, and I'm glad to see in their report the question of values, the question of soul, is also taken up as one of those issues that we need to address as we move forward post-pandemic. And therefore, your discussion today, or our discussion today, really add value to what people are thinking about around the world. It is not just about Malaysia, but around the world, people are trying to find out what is it that we can do for a change as far as the pandemic is concerned on the basis of education. How do you not only control this pandemic or the crisis of such, but more importantly, to be in tandem with what the future will bring to us as far as that is concerned. So there's a lot ongoing, and I hope this session will be as fruitful, if not more, than the previous one. And for that, I would like to thank AKEPT for giving IIUM the opportunity once again to organize this as part of a platform that all of us can share. Although IIUM organizes, but I think there is nothing personal to IIUM. It is something that we expect to share with everybody else in the country, around the region, and also internationally as such. I would like to singly thank my colleague, His Excellency Takur Poriel, for making time. I know he's a busy person, but indeed, when you talk about values, I think Bhutan is one of the countries that has demonstrated well in terms of how values being integrated into education system. And it is not just yesterday, they've been doing it more than a number of decades before this. So I think it is only befitting that we learn from them so that we can also get a greater understanding of how we need to approach these particular issues given our own context and our own institution as such. So on that note, let me thank AKEPT once again and also my colleague in IIM for taking time and organizing. I know they've been putting a lot of effort to make sure that the number 13,000 is exceeded this time around. We are looking at 15,000 inshallah. Hopefully, and I hope this is something that is achievable, certainly with a number of participants, the speakers, the vice chancellors that are involved. I could imagine that we will do better this time around. So on that note, praise to Allah Ta'ala, let us make prayers that this will be blessed and also be given the best of rewards in terms of trying to contribute to make not only education in Malaysia and around the world better, but more importantly, to create a better human being for the future, inshallah. So, wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Tan Sri. Yes, indeed, IIUM is very grateful to have tremendous support from AKEPT in making the seminar a reality for the second time. And where we are able to gather more than now is getting to reach 1,000 participants on hybrid platforms for better knowledge on leadership values and the act of it, especially in the higher learning institution. Ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed living a new norm. No more grand physical meetings, but hosting of the event. I mean, you know, we always want to greet everyone, yeah, especially the host. Now we'll be greeting everyone on the platforms, yeah, and for that, ladies and gentlemen, Associate Professor Dr. Yazina Yahya, Deputy Director, Center for Leadership Sustainability, Akademi Kepimpinan Pengajian Tinggi AKEPT, will now deliver a welcoming remark. Please welcome Dr. Yazina.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sherizad. Honorable Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector of International Islamic University, Malaysia. His Excellency Prof. Takur S. Paudiel, former Minister of Education, Royal Government of Bhutan, Vice Chancellors and Deputy Vice Chancellors of Public Universities, IIUM University Management Committee, Executive Directors and Registrars, Honorable Speakers, ladies and gentlemen, my colleague brothers and sisters across the globe. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you and a very good morning to all. We are indeed blessed today to be able to be on this online platform despite the lockdown that the Malaysians are currently facing at the moment. Thank you to the technology that allows us to be here today. My fellow honorable speakers and participants, I wish to extend a very warm welcome to the Values-Based Leadership and Values-Based Performance Series 2 at the second time in 2021 with the theme, The Rise of Value-Based Leaders in Action. This webinar is indeed timely as we had received requests to further discuss on the matters pertaining to the value-based leadership during our review of the Value-Based Leadership and Value-Based Performance Series 1, which was held on the 15th and 16th February 2021. To those of you who had attended or who had missed the webinar in February, the first series had witnessed the discussion on the fundamental concept of value-based leadership and performance. The discussion then was very much on the philosophy, the fundamental of core values of a leader, the power of values in management, culture and beliefs of the leaders in leading an institution. It is indeed important for the value-based leadership to be adopted, and it is required particularly in facing disruptions, especially during these trying times. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, the collaboration between AKEPT and UIAM today sees the second series that is presented for the participants of this particular webinar. However, the collaboration, as Honorable Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Zul mentioned, it is not something new. AKEPT has been collaborating with UIAM in many events, promoting not only on values-based leadership, but also on themes such as values-based education and cultural intelligence in leadership. AKEPT is indeed grateful to UIAM for collaborating with us in order to ensure that the outreach to the higher education community on leadership matters is established and has an impact in order to create small ripples that will later become the waves for change. In addition, AKEPT, with the collaboration with the higher education institutions in Malaysia, have been providing the platform for leaders and emerging leaders to gain insights and knowledge in matters pertaining to leadership of higher education institutions. Topics discussed encompass of women leadership, developing resilient leaders, toward and sustainable leadership, and many more. It is indeed through the webinars conducted, we believe that the knowledge from the local and global experts can be imparted to the audience. Therefore, do take a look at the other events organized by AKEPT and its partner this year in 2021. Besides having the webinars dedicated to the mass audience, for those participants out there globally, AKEPT also provides the profiling for higher education leaders in Malaysia, in which the top professors and emerging talent are profiled based on the competency-based profiling in order to ensure that we have the right talent to lead the higher education institutions in Malaysia. Respective trainings are also conducted in order to ensure to enhance the competencies of the identified talent. This is the core work done by AKEPT, particularly. So ladies and gentlemen, within this 2 days event, we bring you 10 prominent speakers in 6 different sessions to share their insights on the topic given. Hence, do take your time to listen and feel free to ask any question or provide your insights and opinions during this session. Looking at the list of participants, I saw some familiar names. Some of them are my friends and colleagues from various universities. Do take the time to chat or ask questions via the question box. I can understand that most of us are probably having Zoom or online fatigue, but I believe with such good topics and speakers, the knowledge gained or imparted will keep the session alive. My fellow audience, in this challenging time, especially during the pandemic, values play an important role. Our personal values, as well as those of our institutions, are the most important as it helps us to move forward. So it's time to nurture the right culture and strive for positive engagement from the team, as well as the whole institution. So with that, I would like to wish all participants every success and hoping that the learning experience from this webinar will further enhance your value-based leadership, performance, and wisdom in leading your institutions. There's as much that we can do, the organizers, but at the end of the day, it is your take to use the knowledge that you've gained in this particular webinar for greater goods for yourself and also for the organization that you are in. Therefore, thank you once again to UIAM and Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Dato' Dr. Zulkifli Abdul Razak and all members of the UIAM Secretariat along with AKEPT for co-organizing this webinar. We certainly look forward for other collaborations in the future, particularly in ensuring that leadership matters are taken beyond training and development. Stay safe and be safe. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Yaz, and you too. Stay safe and happy quarantine. Well, we are about to start with our first session, but before that, I would humbly remind all of you to use the Q&A box that you can find on your screen, yeah, in both platforms, Zoom and also YouTube. Yeah, should you have questions, as mentioned by Dr. Yazrina just now, just put in or write in your insights and opinion in the chat box so that we can share it with the speakers, especially in the rest of the audience, inshallah. And we will read the questions after each and every session. And speakers are given 45 minutes to 1 hour to deliver their talk, and 15 to 20 minutes for question and answer. And ladies and gentlemen, yeah, please also alert yourselves with the announcement from the Secretariat in the chat box. Yeah, there's a question and answer box and also a chat box over there in the Zoom platform. Yeah, and as everyone is aware, we are not only in the cyberspace now, but also in the era of pandemic. So please stay safe, and whatever and wherever you are, ladies and gentlemen, please adhere to the SOP, to the COVID-19 SOP. Yeah, and well, it's about time for us to move on to the first session. Yeah, and Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector of UIAM, will deliver the keynote address entitled "From Values to Action." Yeah, and but before I pass the platform to him, let me introduce you to our IIM very own rector, Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, even though that we know that everyone know him very well, but just let me read through his profile a little bit of it, yeah?
Make it short, Aliza.
10 sentences, Tan Sri, not more. Yang berbahagia, Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak is currently the Rector of International Islamic University Malaysia. He was the Vice Chancellor of University Science Malaysia, USM, from 2000 until 2011, and the immediate past President of the International Association of Universities, IAU, a UNESCO-affiliated organization based in Paris. He was the convener of the Regional Center for Expertise, RCE, on Education for Sustainable Development, based in USM beginning 2005. In 2017, Tan Sri Zo was awarded the prestigious 2017 Gilbert Medal by Universitas 21 in recognition of his long-term commitment to a sustainable approach to international higher education. Ladies and gentlemen, and Tan Sri, you are given 1 hour to share with us. And this time, again, presenting to you, Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector of IIM. Over to you, Tan Sri.
Thank you, Sharizat. Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greeting of peace. Here I am again, whether you like it or not. You need to blame this on Sharizat for putting my name on the list. Anyway, I'm very delighted to be here with you, particularly after we had a very successful meeting in February, and I hope we can somehow or other look at how do we apply the things that we learned in February into what we talk about now, and action-based and performance. In other words, values are not only there for us to embrace, but more importantly, for us to translate it and make it real, right? So I'm going to share with you my experience. This is not a textbook thing. This is something that I think that I've gone through, and I hope this will be something which is useful to you, because everybody, I think, has got their own context, the way they look at values and how they would want to translate values, right? Now, coming from higher education and coming from Malaysia, my context will certainly be the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan. In other words, we have a philosophy that tells us what education is all about in Malaysia. And that education, although it is called a national education policy, but if you look at the values within those, they are not only Malaysian, they are, of course, global at the same time. So don't be disillusioned with the word national or the context as such. I think given on a platform where values are common, some of these commonalities can be taken abroad into your own sort of spheres of leadership, as it were. Certainly, you may need to adjust it given your circumstances, given the situation you are in. But generally, I think this is something that we can share, and I hope this will be useful for you. So I'm going to start this whole idea of values to education. I use the word edu-action. And the word education you spell with a CA. If you turn it around, you become AC. Then in other words, we take education as something which is translated into real life. In other words, it is not just for exams. It's not just for getting strings of A's. It's not just getting for ranking. But more importantly, what impact does it bring to you, to your community, to your nation, and hopefully to the global world at large. So translating it into impact is more important from my point of view of what we call in the higher education sector, impact factor. Yeah? Everybody is counting impact factor, but what is the impact of the impact factor is a question that I will ultimately ask. You may have a high impact factor, but if you have a low impact, then I think you are still not doing the action things right. So how do you bridge these two gaps is something that I think we are all learning what to do, because all along we have been talking about just numbers rather than the impact, rather than how it reaches and touches the heart of people at the end of the day, where education is a thing that matters at the end of the day. How does it change people? How does it change the environment? How does it change the community? How does it lift the quality of life, especially when we talk about this pandemic today? I was just listening to the news last night. It's all over the world. Suicide rates are high. Mortgages are not paid. People are in debt, and these are the people who are in the millions. I think the number that was quoted last night was 108 million people who have gone back to poverty during this just 2 years pandemic. Now, how do you make those changes? If we just have impact factors without impact, then I think we are still not where we should be as far as education is concerned, right? Now, the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan, the national education policy, as I've mentioned, although it is national, but generally it is very, very widely applicable, not only within the region, but also internationally. And this is crafted maybe 30 years ago, but not much understood, neither it is applied. And I think it's time for us to look at it again to make sure that it is something that can help us to bring or to put up education where it should be. That is a statement, and if you can see this is in one of the walls of our university at the Kuliah or the Faculty of Education. We want to put this on the wall because oftentimes we do not know even of the presence of the philosophy as such. Here it is almost seen by everybody who passes through the faculty of the Kuliah and begin to read it, and more importantly, begin to embrace it and internalize it as part of a value system that needs to be translated into education at large. And we have bold some of the issues that there. For example, it talks about intellectually, emotionally, spiritually, and physically relevant. All right. Now, if you just think about those, when you look at your curriculum now in university, maybe you are intellectually there, maybe you are physically there because of co-curriculum, but we begin to ask, are we spiritually there? And UIAM, because in Islamic University, I think we are there, but other universities that has not talked about, this whole values of being spiritual is something that, again, we need to ask. If it is going to be a balance, then where is the spirituality being added in? And the post-COVID, or even the COVID now, will tell us whether we are ready in terms of emotions. Are we prepared, or are our students prepared to respond to crises like the pandemic? If they are prepared, then how do you explain the number of people undergoing mental health? The number of suicidal cases or suicidal thoughts. Why can't they respond or cope with the environment they are in if they're emotionally prepared for this? And I think these are big questions that wasn't asked before. Before, we just talk about the intellectual performance of our students, what is the KPIs, and whether they are marketable. Those are very, very market-oriented questions. Sometimes do not even touch the important dimension of what education of a person would be like. And therefore, we talk about being holistic and integrated, right? So is our education system now holistic and integrated in terms of its values, in terms of achievements, and that is again set in terms of it has to create a people who are balanced and harmonious, right? And in our context, it is about the firm belief and devotion in God. In other words, the value system that we subscribe are not just a secular value system, but it also has some implication as far as belief is concerned. And it talks about God, not any particular God, and therefore there is a dimension of spirituality that we can share across the world so that we can be knowledgeable, competent, and finally be responsible over what we can do. So in a nutshell, that is what the education system, the philosophy is all about. And there's a lot of things in the philosophy that we can harness to make education more relevant in the context of values. And in this particular round, I would want to take 3 value sets that we think it is important to be integrated for the leader to actually move on and make education what it is supposed to be, given the basic philosophy that I've talked to you about. Yeah. One set, the first set is about the very first statement that talks about education itself. In the definition, or at least in the description of the education philosophy, it talks about it is an ongoing, a lifelong effort. Yeah. In the original text, it talks about usaha berterusan. In other words, there is no pause in education. From the day you step into preschool, perhaps, and right down to the end of your life, it is an ongoing process. It is a continuum. And therefore, this continuum will take you from one level to another to educate you, to make you a better person. And therefore, the catchword we normally use is lifelong. In other words, 30 years ago, Malaysia has recognized education is a lifelong process. Only the word becomes fashionable maybe a few years ago when people talk about lifelong learning and so on and so forth, from womb to tomb kind of a thing. But that has always been the fundamental principle of our education system or philosophy, as it were. For what purpose? For the purpose of here's developing individual potential in a holistic way. Here you are, another word. Yeah, holistic, which is used now. Everything needs to be holistic. You look at our blueprint, it talks about holistic education. Is then there. Again, 30 years ago, we have talked about holistic education, and the word we use is menyeluruh. So it is not only continuous, but it's so holistic. In other words, whatever happens at the day one when you put in school, that the holistic view must be taken up until at the end of your life. In other words, developing something, again, another word which is also very common now, integrated, bersepadu. Yeah. So this 3 dimension is what we want to look at. If you talk about education in Malaysia, is it ongoing and lifelong? Is it holistic, or is it integrated? Yeah. It could be ongoing, lifelong, but it is siloed. Yeah, in other words, already you can see kita ada Kementerian Pendidikan, kita ada Kementerian Pendidikan Tinggi. To me, this is almost a 2 silos thing. I don't know whether they communicate well, whether they do not communicate well, but it gives a kind of a separation. It is not one. And this is something that has been happening in Malaysia. Yeah, one time there's 1 ministry, then 2 ministries, and then 1 ministry again. There's 2 ministry again. We do not know what is the reason behind this. When we talk about holistic, we want it to be together. I mean, if you look at the Japanese, yeah, called Max. It's their education, they have science there, they have technology there, they have culture, they have the sports there, and of course they have education there. They've got 5 elements in one ministry. And if the Japanese can do it, why can't the Malaysian do something similar to integrate the ministry, as it were, given the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan, to make it integrated so that it is more wholesome, so that it is more holistic in this particular sense, right? So we in the university needs to organize our institution in a holistic way, in an integrated way. Although we have faculty, but how do this faculty relates to one another? How do they work with one another? Or are they siloed? Yeah, faculty A just talk about A, faculty B talk about B, and they are not even able to communicate with one another. Yeah, you take about the arts and the science. Can the science and the arts people communicate with one another? Do the language they use the same? Because after all, education is a one thing that we separated because of management, not because of the philosophy itself, right? And that defines the quality. Although in the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan, the word quality wasn't there, but it is defined by these three words of being ongoing, lifelong, holistic, integrated. That defines the quality. And what does the quality say? It takes that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. In other words, if you talk about university, it is not about the various faculty working independently, but it's about the whole faculty working together to give that greater meaning of what that university is all about, including the individual. We talk about the individual, it's not about the mind, the hand or the heart working separately, but how does this becomes an integrated, holistic human being where we use the word complete person. You'll see this word again as you go into understanding what this philosophy is all about. Yeah. So to do that, from my point of view, and we have been discussing this, we talk about how do you then humanize education. In other words, the purpose of education is to bring about this completeness in that person itself, to make them better human beings before they become better engineers or better doctors or better social scientists. We want them to be a better human being first. And that, I think, is the role of the university if you look at the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan. Often we develop better professionals, but they are the worst of human beings. And therefore, you see corruption, you see plagiarism, you see all the things that we've been talking about, you know. And even then, when we want to do an online education, we are doubtful before whether the guy on the other side is the actual person who is this online thing, because the level of trust is not there. Yeah. Level of trust, the value called trust is not there. We keep on asking whether is this the person who is supposed to do this or is somebody else. Right? So these are issues that I think we need to think about. How do you create the human being first, the complete human being that then will talk about that human being will then be the person that we will train and so on and so forth. Now, I was reading one article recently, and it says in this pandemic situation, the first two questions people will ask nowadays is, can I trust you or can I respect you? Yeah. Before the pandemic, people will ask, what sort of a competency have you got? Yeah. How professionals are you? But they now begin to realize that this competency, this professionalism could be trained. You come to a university with zero knowledge, I can train you and give you your competency and whatever professionalism that you need. Yeah. But to train a person to be trustworthy and to be respectful, we don't have those values, it takes a long time. It cannot be done in 4 years, right? And hence some of the MBAs that we read about, they say, well, people in the MBAs, I know one report that's talked about, at the best, they say the value level is B-. They cannot get A. By the time they do MBA at the age of 27, 25, their value is already set. And to retrain and to make that values higher than what it was becomes a difficult thing. So you begin to see this COVID environment bring us back to where we were, that values becomes important. It has to be set earlier before we go into competency. You may be a good mathematician, but you don't have a value, then your mathematician could be used for something other than the right way of doing it. You can be very devious about it. Yeah, we've seen how bankers actually manipulate with the numbers, because they do not have the values. They have only the skill of dealing with the subject matter and not the values as such. Yeah. So this is the first thing that we need to think about. When we organize a university, when we organize a course, is there a kind of a lifeline at the end of the day that will translate into that better person? If we do not have, what is it that we need to do? All right. So that is the action part. The action part is to ensure that at the end of the day, you will arrive at this complete person. Yeah, the person that is better than what he or she was before he or she stepped into the university or stepped into the school or even stepped into a position. Yeah, a vice chancellor or rector or a minister, or for that matter, will they be a better person? I think sometimes we also get a little bit baffled when MACC, kita punya SPRM, talks about when they select a person, they are the best person that was there. But in the process of working, after 2 or 3 years, then that best person no longer become the best person that it was, because she or he get disintegrated over a period of time, lose a sense of value, and become that problem personality that it was not there before. So this issue becomes an important issue, and I would just like to summarize why is this so. From my point of view, it is so because our education system now is not the way the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan sees it. Yeah? Oftentimes, our education system, or in fact, education around the world now, is described as a kind of a factory. Yeah, you bring in a group of people, and then you come up with a group of people, and they are all the same. It is almost like producing goods. It's almost like producing, a lifeless sort of product, right? And therefore, we have these numbers. You must have these numbers. You can do that for bottles. You can do that for parcels. You can do that for lifeless things. But for human life, it cannot be the same. Me and my colleague cannot be the same, because we are human beings. We've got our own specialty, and we need to be tailor-made. And this is what I think that is missing now when we talk about the education system. And this education system is the product of what I call the Industrial Revolution of the 1700s. Yeah? Before then, school wasn't like that. But once we go into mass production, and to cope up with mass production, they also need to mass produce human being or human capital the way it is called now, right? And therefore, we have got the things that we have today. Schools are another factory that produces people with a certain set of knowledge that the market needs. If the market doesn't need it, then the school will not teach, the university will not teach. A good example is philosophy. How many of our universities now has a very strong department called philosophy, because the market do not need philosophers or do not need philosophical thinking. The market needs utilitarian thinking to produce something, to innovate it, to sell and make money. And once you do that, you are successful. And that is the model that we have seen now. Yeah, it started from the 1700 when everything changed, and it proceeds now. So we have Industrial Revolution 1, Industrial Revolution 2, Industrial Revolution 3, and now we are in an Industrial Revolution 4, which is not different from this. The technology may be different, the way it is done may be different, but the concept, the philosophy, everything else remain the same. We are, part and parcel of that factory that we talked about. We can go into this discussion a little bit later. So some people call this kind of education is education without soul, meaning to say it has no value that actually is anchored on the human person itself. Yeah, the value is anchored somewhere else, not within the human person. And when coronavirus comes in, then we begin to see the flaws of this. Yeah. Suddenly the factory closes, suddenly the industry closes, suddenly university are also whole at a ransom. The university will tell us, now we don't need your student because we have no money to pay them. Well, I thought we were producing this for your factory. Now the factory say, no, we cannot accept you anymore because we have no money. So in other words, what we are doing is basically a very, very ad hoc kind of an experience to train people, not to train a human being, right? So the engineers become unemployed and they are not able to manage themselves because their humanness is already gone and they are not being trained. And these, I think, where the issues is at the moment in time. How do we cope with a situation where we need to be on our own? There's no more people that you can depend on. How can we be that human being that lives a useful life as a human person, no matter what your credentials are, how well qualified you are? That is not the issue anymore. Can you function as a human being when everything else fails around you? And that is a question. And that is a question that, that we want to address now. Yeah. So in other words, what is the action that we need to take? And we need to come back to the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan that talks about these 4 elements I mentioned to you about. Being emotionally ready, being intellectually prowess, being spiritually heightened, yeah, and also, of course, physically there. These 4 elements, at least, in the falsafah pendidikan tells you, defines what the human being is all about. But where is this in our curriculum? Where is this in the school's syllabus? Where is this in the ministry itself? Where do we talk about this in a way that it is a holistic and integrated the way we have defined it? Yeah, and this, I think, is the work of AKEPT. I would want to throw this back to AKEPT because you are supposed to mold this to be that leader. That leader must have this 4 component if you believe in the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan. If you don't have this, then I think we are back to square one. Yeah. So we want to target that complete person, and that complete person is what we call the education with soul, the education with values. How do you bring in the values? How do you act on it so that the values become part and parcel of that complete person? And this is where I think the question of values becomes important. Yeah. For the sake of simplicity, or for the sake of just making an illustration, I would at least list 3 values that I think is important. Learning from the COVID environment, the value to sympathize is very important because there's a lot of people around us who are not making it. And for us who are lucky enough, yeah, for one reason or the other, can we sympathize with those problems? Can we actually, understand what they are going through? And it's not only in Malaysia, it is all over the world. It could be in other places where they are war-torn, It could be in India recently, there's not enough oxygen, there's not enough beds. Can we sympathize? We are not able to do much because they're so far away, perhaps, yeah? But can we sympathize? Can we try to understand that? Yeah, and try to make it a kind of a realization within ourselves. As a university, around the university, there are definitely villages, there are definitely kampong, there are urban poors. Can we sympathize with them? Or is the university say, this is their problem, my problem is different? Right? And our students, when they stay in a hostel, they still complain there's not enough this, there's not enough that. Can they sympathize with the same situation outside, where people are living on the roadside, where food are not sure where they're coming from, and all those things? Those the knowledge of sympathy will make you a better human being. Will also, at the end of the day, lead you to another action where you begin to empathize. In others, you go down and help them. Not just understanding them or appreciating them, but you take the trouble to go out and serve them. If they have no home, how do you give them home? If they have no education, how do you provide education for them? If they have no food, how do you make them, to give them food? And that's the action part. How many of us, given our PhDs and professorship, actually go down to the ground and dirty our hand and work with them because we sympathize and empathize with them? Or do we just say, okay, that's their problem, my problem is my problem. I've known. So that is not education from my point of view. And that is where I thought where the impact is. That the education has made you realize of your responsibility of human being to another human being. It doesn't matter whether they're Malaysian or non-Malaysian, they're Islam or non-Muslim. As long as they're a human being, then we should be there. At the end of the day, we will be what we call that compassionate people that will help anybody that passes through, because we think that is part of education, and that education has made us a better human being. Right? So at the end of the day, when we talk about education, this is what I think I am looking at. How much of action orientation can you give given your awareness being an educated person? Or can you just forget about this and say we are what you call an ivory tower, and our business is quite different. So that's the first point that I think I want to arrive at. In other words, with value system really embedded with you, it changes you to be a better human being, to serve your community in the way you could. If you are an engineer, of course, you can do better. But even though you are not an engineer, you can also do at the most that you can do as far as the value dictates in terms of helping them. Yeah. So we talk about the soul, and I would just want to quote Imam Al-Ghazali, rahmatullah. He says, I never have I dealt with anything more difficult than my own soul. I mean, this is Imam Ghazali talking, and he has problems in managing his own soul. I just want to bring this quote here because managing his soul is not a simple thing. Until you are trained, until you go into another process to identify what is it that you need to do, then we are just talking about the word soul as another vocabulary that has no meaning, and we are not arriving at the point we want to arrive. So in other words, when you talk about soul or spirituality, there's another dimension that we need to go through. And that dimension is a dimension, I think, that is largely missing in many of education systems around the world, and certainly in some of ours, right? Now, the second set value that we talk about after that second sentence, it says of all this being holistic, integrated, and lifelong, what does it say? It says to produce individuals who are balanced and harmonious. Yeah, we have mentioned it. In other words, at the end of the day, we need to get this people that is balanced and harmonious in the four elements that I talked to you about: intellectually, emotionally, spiritually, and physically, right? And I think this is, again, a big task, because when you look at your curriculum, you look at your syllabus, you look at your pedagogy, you may not feel all the four. What else to make it balanced, and what else to make it harmonious, right? So what is the action then? The action is therefore then to put this balanced dimension in a way that you actually worked on it. In other words, the balance between being intellectual and spiritual, the balance between intellectual and physical, the balance between physical and emotional, the balance of emotional and spiritual. All this, I think, needs to be balanced up, all right? At the end of the day, we want to produce this group of people who are that complete, if not perfect human being, because they are. So it gives no room for extremism. It gives no room for, a kind of a thinking that is imbalanced. It gives no room for a social media that talks just about the negative things and not being positive about it. And this is where the training is. That needs to, how do you make this happen? It's a question that we all need to address, because without this balanced human person, then again, the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan has not delivered what it has to deliver, right? So when the student graduate during the convocation, we need to ask, is the student balanced? We do not ask, is the student marketable? A balanced student will definitely be a marketable student. You don't have to worry about it. If you are balanced intellectually, emotionally, spiritually, physically, I think you are ready for all sorts of employment. So the question we need to ask is the student balanced? And if the student's balanced, then the marketability, whatever that you measure now, artificially or otherwise, will not be a problem, because is the right human person that will take on the job that he or she will be offered. All right. So in a nutshell, is a quotation way back in the 600 BC, yeah, by Lao Tse, who takes, he who conquers others is strong, he who conquers himself is mighty. We were told to conquer other people when we talk about competition. Yeah, ranking, USM must conquer MU, MU must conquer UPM, UPM must conquer IIUM. Fine, right? But what is important is, are you being able to control yourself? Because you are the one that actually decides who you are, not other people. Yeah. So going back to who you are in terms of these four values of being intellectual, spiritual, emotional, and physical is, I think, the business that we are in, because we want to ensure that we, before being a leader, are already in control of ourselves, so that we can be a good leader that then will also, help other people around us. People who have not experienced peace will not be able to dispense peace. Yeah? People who have not experienced sejahtera will not be able to dispense sejahtera. So how do we make that we are the person who've experienced it, so that at the end of the day, we can also dispense it to other people around us, our subordinate, and so on and so forth, right? So in other words, by being individually balanced and harmonious, all right, as we have mentioned, we also becomes important to make sure that this value is spread all over into our community. The community also must be balanced and harmonious. It's not good that I am the only one balanced in my university, everybody else do not have a notion of what balance is all about. Then you are not harnessing that, that community that you're supposed to lead. All right. And here, I think we talk about three dimensions: social equity, environmental integrity, and also shared prosperity. Shared prosperity we have listened to, yeah, wawasan kemakmuran bersama. All right, that's fine. The wawasan kemakmuran bersama will have implication on people. Yang dikatakan kemakmuran bersama itu siapa dia? Adalah rakyat, adalah orang. Yeah, how does that translate into social equity? In other words, the disparity between the have and the have-not are not too much. Yeah, between the rich and the poor are just within the context that they have. We cannot have statistics, for example, when Oxfam say 8 billionaires in some part of the countries owe 50% of the world assets. The number is 8. Not 80, not 8,000, not 8 million, only 8. How can 8 people own assets of 50% of the world? And the 50% of the world means 3.5 billion. That is not an equity that we want to actually strive for. We want to reduce this gap between one another, right? And certainly the planet itself, we talk about environment, degradation, and so on and so forth, and this prosperity. So this has been marked up in what we call sustainable development, right? We know because of this, the development is not sustainable. To sustain the development, we need these 3 P's of people, planet, and prosperity to be balanced again. Here, the word balance come again. Not only the human person, but also the societal makeup must be balanced at the same time, right? And that is where I think this question of dignity comes in. Yeah, this word are not used anymore. Yeah, maruah ni orang tak pakai sangat dah. So kita dengarlah macam-macam orang bercakap dalam radio, dalam TV, making remarks. Some of the remarks are very undignified, right? And some of the remarks are even unjust, blaming other people and so on and so forth. So as we talk about this balance, we want to make sure that we are still in a dignified state. Yeah, kita mempunyai maruah, dan maruah itu bergantung kepada keadilan. And these are 2 values, again, that becomes very important in trying to deliver education and making that complete person. And finally, if you do this well, what do we get? We get peace, yeah, kesejahteraan ataupun kemakmuran ataupun keamanan, yeah, and that peace is a kind of a shared values. It's a partnership between people that you can feel the peacefulness with. And this is where I want to personally, yeah, in my short stay in Bhutan, less than a week, you can almost feel the ambient of peacefulness in Bhutan. I leave it to His Excellency to talk about it. But as a person who comes from outside, coming to this place called Bhutan, and suddenly you can feel the harmonious living in a state which is not big, maybe less than a million population. Yeah, you find that there is this harmonious living. You can feel it. It's not something which is pretentious. It's not something that we make it up, but it's something that you can feel it. You know, I can talk about it a little bit more, but I will leave it to His Excellency to give you a better description. So you have another P, you have another 2P. At the end of the day, when we talk about all these things in the level of United Nations or UNESCO, they always talk about these 5 Ps: people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership. This will be the end goal when you talk about balance between the human person and the environment. So whatever we need to do, these 5 Ps become the overarching sort of target that we need to arrive at. And how do you balance this up is an issue that I think all of us need to think about. Yeah. And of course, it needs to start with that complete person. After all, the community is made out of individuals. If the individuals are not balanced themselves, then you cannot expect the community to be well balanced. So back to the whole issue of how do you create this complete person that we talked to you about. So at the end of the day, we'll find that this balance between dignity and justice, yeah, and also peace and harmony or partnership becomes almost the actionable way that we need to do to arrive at what a community would be like if we do this well in terms of the values that we advocate to, right? Now, I want to bring this back to what Al-Ghazali used to say, all right? Declare your struggle on 12 enemies you cannot see. I want to take this in the context of COVID. We have declared a war with COVID that we cannot see, all right? But we fail to control the other enemies within ourselves. And therefore, we see what we see today. We've got a second lockdown. The numbers of deaths yesterday was 123. Yeah? Somebody is predicting by September, minimum death will be 200 per day. Why? Because of this enemy that we do not see, that we do not even care. Yeah? People go out and buy carpets, you know, during the MCO. What is this all about? Yeah, if it's not about yourself, right? The carpet can wait. I mean, after the COVID, you can buy thousands of carpets, but not now. But you must do it because you are not able to control your egoism. Yeah? And from egoism, you'll go to arrogant, conceited, selfishness, greed, lust, intolerance, and I put another one, anger. Yeah, you get very angry when you lock down. You blame everybody else around you because you can't control your anger. You even blame, people who feed you. You bite the hand that feeds you because you can't control your anger. And that will be another enemy that you will lose to. The moment you are angry, you are no longer a good leader. Because once you are angry, you will lose your sense of balance. You will lose your sense of rationality. You will not be the leader that you expected to be. And certainly the last one is slandering, yeah, membawang. It could be electronically, it could be in many, many ways. Yeah, I just want to highlight these 3 rather than the 12 so that you can remember at least 3 if you're not 12, right? How do you control your ego? How do you control your anger? And how do you control your mouth or your tongue, as it were? If we can do that, then we begin to understand how is it that we can live in peace and harmony within ourselves. And that at that particular point, COVID-19 becomes just another issue that you can deal with because you know how to control the so-called quote-unquote invisible enemies, as it were. Yeah. All the time we've been talking about this, but nobody understands it. But now with the COVID-19, you begin to understand, unless and until you control this invisible enemy, you will not be ready, as Al-Ghazali said, to fight the real enemy that you see. Yeah. So you can talk about so many other things that you want to put it right, but you're not able to do it because you're already losing. at the level of the invisible enemies within yourself that you are not able to control. So we go back to the same issue, right? And again, this is another very pertinent statement by Al-Ghazali. A human being is not a human being. Yeah? Manusia itu bukan manusia, while his tendency includes all the things that we talked about. Self-indulgence, covetousness, temper, which is the anger tadi, and attacking other people. Attacking other people ni is almost like a business. It is false news and fake news, and blaming other people is almost something that we see every day. Sometimes you get tired of it. Yeah. But because again, we do not have that capacity as a leader to control those things. So we are going back, I think you get my drift, that we are going back, how do you then train ourselves? Yeah, in a very real way to make sure that we are in control as far as that's concerned. So we're going back to ourselves, and that ourselves in Falsafah Pendidikan Kebangsaan talk about the word kesejahteraan diri. Right? We started with always salam sejahtera and so on and so forth. And that kesejahteraan diri in the context of falsafah will enable you to contribute to the harmony and betterment of family, society, and nation. Maknanya kalau diri kita tidak sejahtera, we do not know how to contribute to the harmony and betterment because we do not know what to dispense. Yeah, like I've said, you don't know what harmony is all about. How do you dispense harmony to other people? If you've not eaten durian before, how can I tell you that durian tastes like this? Yeah, it's the same analogy. You must experience it. Once you experience it, then you know, oh, this is what actually it means. And this is how I can dispense to other people, how I can share to other people. And then I think that's what the word kesejahteraan diri to me becomes important, because at the end of the day, whether the education system is successful or otherwise, it depends on how you demonstrate it. Yeah. If you want to talk about the KPI, then you are the KPI. Yeah. You are the KPI that you are able to show that you are able to demonstrate this and contribute to the people around you. And that will be the kind of success that we want in the context of this Falsafah Pendidikan Kebangsaan. It's a 360-degree thing that is applicable everywhere and anywhere. It doesn't mean that once you are out of the university, it's no longer applicable to you. No. The moment you become that complete person, it doesn't matter where you are and who you are. It could be on the highest echelon of your organization, but yet you're the human person that will go down and help other people in this particular context. Yeah. So you are going to fulfill what we call, at the end of the day, what matters is character. And this is what the impact is all about, rather than impact factor. What is the character that at the end of the day delivers as far as education is concerned? And I think this is our biggest problem now. As far as character, as far as akhlak is concerned, we sometimes do not see. Yeah, and dia mungkin looks good, looks nice, but when you come to character, it's something that we become what we call skeptical whether they will deliver or otherwise. All right, and this is where your 3P and your 4P comes in, where you find that the balance between planet, people, prosperity, peace, and partnership becomes the conduit for delivering these values that we talked about. In a nutshell, all this goes under the word sejahtera, yeah? And the word sejahtera is part and parcel of the Falsafah Pendidikan Kebangsaan. It's not a word that we coined, it's not a word that we actually used it. And Alhamdulillah, Excellency, when we look at what sejahtera and happiness is all about in Bhutan, there seems to be a mirror image. Okay? When we look at sejahtera and the value of Ubuntu in Africa, there seems to be a mirror image as well. We compare this with another word in Japan, ikigai. There is also a resemblance on this. Yeah? In fact, every society has got a word that reflects the value within the society. The word may be different, but as a part of a human heritage, they belong to the same sort of class of words. So if you have sejahtera, you can relate to Ubuntu very quickly. Yeah, you have sejahtera, you can go to Bhutan and experience it, or maybe in Japan and understand what ikigai is all about. But that is the level of complete human being that I talked to you about. It is not just us, it is us with the community around us and globally as such. And that, I think, is the other action that education needs to bring in, rather than just talking about numbers, but also the experience and the impact that we have to do. So I would like to just conclude by saying that at the end of the day, that will be the focus point. Yeah, we want to look at this, how we actually can derive this from the values that we have sort of harnessed and embraced and translated into our own experience, could be then delivered to other people around us. Yeah. In IIUM, we have been trying to do this into our education system, and I think last month on the 22nd of August, April, the Minister of Higher Education has launched this, what we call the Sejahtera Academic Framework, that talks about what humanizing education is all about. Humanizing education for rahmatan lil alamin. In other words, we are not just for a group of people, a group of university or institution. It is for mercy to all, right? And going on the post-COVID-19 disruption. How do you use this disruption to better education system the way we understand it as far as falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan is about? So this university now is trying to put back the curriculum in such a way that we will, inshallah, produce that complete human being and that we talked about. But if you want to ask me what is the 4 elements of this, yeah, I will just describe to you in a very summary way that the 4 things that we want to enhance in the education system given the COVID environment and how do you move it. Yeah. When we talk about lockdown, people normally are more busy talking about physical lockdown. Tak boleh pergi shopping, tak boleh itu. Tapi shopping buat juga because they use this online shopping thing. Yeah, and the Grab will send stuff to you. I mean, it is not that difficult as you compare to the lockdown, the mental lockdown. Yeah, some people in the lockdown situation is almost paralyzed because they do not know what else to do. All right, they do not know what else to do. And this is where we see the mental health issue, the suicidal issue, because we are never, quote unquote, trained to deal with this situation in our formal education as such. Maybe informal education to a certain extent, but we are not well versed in this. Yeah. So in SAF, we talk about 4 elements that I think we need to tell and train our student on. Yeah. One is to get away from this thing called a very mechanistic thing, as though the technology can solve all the problems of the human being. And therefore, we want to bring back the human person. Yeah, the collapsing part of the education need to be stopped by making us the human person again, and by humanizing education. And by that, we mean this person could be our student, could be our staff, could be the community around us, must be empowered. In other words, as a human person, they must know what is it that they want to do and how they're going to do it. And they must have the flexibility of doing it. So if they want to go and do something else, they should have the capacity to do it, right? And they must also have the flexibility to do it. These are the 2 values that we think it is important to go into the post-COVID environment, to act on it. They're empowered and they are flexible in doing it. So the way we organize our education now, that everything must be bureaucratically done, it has to be top down and not much bottom up, it has to be done in a siloed way rather than a collaborative way. There must be competition all the time. There must be numbers. All this needs to change. All this needs to be relooked. And this is what, again, I am trying to do, that we don't just look at the KPI, we also look at what I call the KIP. The intangible performance is also important because that answers the issues of empowerment and flexibility at the same time, right? That flexibility then will allow us, to go into innovation in its design and context. Not innovation in the sense that it's just mechanical. Now innovation is defined as a mechanical thing that you need to sell something, and we sell something and make money, then it is considered innovation. It could be the simplest thing in your life that you can change so that you can adapt and adopt whatever environment you are in without being inhuman as such. That is the kind of innovation you talked about. And therefore, we talk about our own environment. Yeah, the environment that we have around us could be the trees, could be the plants, could be the animals. How can you make this part and parcel of your lifestyle so that at the end of the day, you become truly the human person? When we talk about life, it is not just the human life. It's also the non-human life. You remember when you were locked down, at least in my campus, all the wild boars comes out, the monitor lizard takes us into the street, the bangau from Zoo Negara even share our campus. And that doesn't happen until a long time, and we are all locked in, then they take the world again. In other words, they are part of us. How do you actually factor them in trying to make this happen in the context of the education, as it were, part of the value system? And finally, we need to also be accountable. Yeah, accountability, I think, is one of the biggest problems that we encounter, because the value of trust is not there. So we can tell them work from home, but my sense is whether they really work from home, we are not sure. We need to trust them. And that level of trust is what I think is seriously lacking, because we have never been trained on that. And you look at other successful systems, Finland definitely will work on the level of trust alone, without even supervision and things like that. So how do you enhance this? Question accountability, trustworthiness, and so on and so forth, to be part and parcel of SAF. So in a nutshell, that will be what we call the SAFIA, Sejahtera Academic Framework on empowerment, flexibility, innovation, and accountability. And indeed, some of the courses that we've done, I would happy to report that the first semester, many of the students are beginning to understand this, are beginning to work on this, are beginning to self-monitor themselves without us monitoring them, because the word accountability has now a new meaning for them. It is their enterprise, and therefore they want to make sure that they are trusted for the enterprise that we give them in that particular context. Yeah. So it could end in terms of values and action into a kind of a framework, into a kind of what you call basis for you to move on as far as translating value into action. Yeah. I just want to forget about that, and there'll be another lecture later on. Yeah? I want to end up so that we can have some decent time for discussion with another quote from Rumi, Jalaluddin Rumi, the poet, the philosopher, and also the wise man. I think we are all caught in this. Yeah, we all want to be clever, and we have been told all the time that you must change the world, right? But Rumi said you need to be wise. First of all, to change yourself. Until and unless you change yourself, right, you will not be able to change the world. And I hope I've demonstrated that to you. Yeah. In the case that if you are internally not ready and not prepared, and then changing the world becomes just another rhetoric that you will talk about, but nothing actually changes. So changing ourselves in the language of UIAM is about Islamization of the self. You change yourself, and then automatically the world will change, because you will then know how to transact, how to move into a world that actually be able to benefit that balance that we talked about, right? So translating values to action, in a nutshell, is about translating what is within you, okay? And within your thinking, within your fitrah, if it's as it were, we've got the FPK, we've got the notion of sejahtera, we know what the value-based are, yeah, and we have now got the condition of COVID-19, yeah. As I've mentioned to you just now, some of the report of UNESCO are beginning to embrace this as part of the value system. All we need to do now is to decide what do we want, right? Given this as a basis, we now need to decide. People talk about STEM, for example. You don't probably just go into it, but you have to have this basis of decision. Is it STEM or is it STEAM? Okay. So we have the liberty, the empowerment liberty that I talked to you about. Where do you redefine this? STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, then where are the values? Where are the human values? Yeah. So then we may want to change it into science, technology, ethics, arts, and management. You manage people at the same time. The first one, you just manage instruments or equipments rather than people. When you talk about STEAM, you want to manage people at the same time. And that would be your decision as a leader, whether you want to move away from STEM or go into something else that we think is beneficial for that complete human being. Yeah. And we also want to ask, we have been asked, do the fourth industrial revolution. Okay, then we will also find out, why do some countries do the fifth social revolution? Why are we stuck with fourth industrial revolution? Where is the human being? How do you humanize technology? Then you may want to move into another. So this is what leadership is all about. It takes a leadership role, enhancing it, moving to another level that where other people are not talking about it. Right? And that all, to me, resonates from the value that you hold, the kind of courage that you have to make the change, so that you will, at the end of the day, create a better environment for human person to be produced out of the university. And for that, I think we must be able to ask ourselves, are we ready for this challenge? Yeah? That we become the game changer, that based on values that we believe and worked on, right? At the end of the day, we need to start to unlearn. I think the post-COVID business is about unlearning. I've not heard people talking about the unlearning of things. People are talking about the learning of things, but you cannot learn until you unlearn some of the things. The unlearning is as important as the relearning, because the unlearning so far becomes the kind of a barrier for you to move ahead and to move at a speed that is remarkable. So we talk about future thinking, not only future thinking, but also how do you act and make that into something which is translatable into impact around us, within us. And at the end of the day, it's about this balancing of the human mind, the human heart, and the human spirit at the same time. That I would like to end up by saying that sejahtera in the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan is the keyword, and that's about changing education into action, rather than just verbalizing it, memorizing it, regurgitating it, and getting all these strings of A's and stuff like that, but unable to translate it into something which is impactful for you and your society. Then I think education in that context has failed. Yeah? To summarize, we've got these five senses that is now connected to the brain. Yeah, and in schools is what we do. We learn all these five senses and start to rationalize it and reach out the world. And then you use technology, but at the same time, you also do not have a grasp of the kind of values that you need to have. What we are suggesting here is basically you need now also to redirect your inner world. And the inner world, I symbolize it as the heart, and that inner world needs to plug into the same senses, so that the senses becomes balanced. At the end of the day, we will get another spiritual strength that will create this conscience of the human being, using spirituality as one of the balance that we talked about. And that spirituality will transcend, yeah, into what we call the humanizing education, that you becomes a better human education. In the language of falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan, is about balance and harmony, and that balance and harmony will then hopefully will be reflected in this notion of sejahtera ataupun kesejahteraan diri that you will be able to dispense and relate to the world outside you. So on that note, I think that will be the final action, if you want to term it that way, that whether your value is actually workable or translatable or give meanings, is how you actually convey the meaning of education at the end of the day. So on that note, thank you very much. I think we just have time to have discussion. So thank you very much, Sharizat, Prof. Madia Yazrina, and all of those of you who have been listening. I hope it's worth your while, inshallah. So wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and thank you.
Thank you, Tan Sri. Thank you so very much. It seems that we have ample time now for question and answer, and the question is keep on coming. But just for the information, yeah, Tan Sri and the rest. Now that we are getting more than 1,000 viewers on both platform, and we can also see that the audience comes from various backgrounds, Tan Sri. We see online also sportsmen, sportswomen with us, and coming from nationwide, yeah, other than administrators and academicians. We also see teachers and students as well, yeah. So well, while the secretariat is compiling or compiling the questions, let me just share my simple note from Tan Sri's talk just now. Well, again, the topic or the title is from values to action, which to me is so fruitful, valuable, and well, I can gather at least 1, 2, 3, yeah, 3 new term here. One is well, to me it is it is new, but it is not new actually, but then to me it is new, where now when listening to Tan Sri's talk just now, it opens up my horizon on what it is all about. Yeah, first is the edu action. It's simply education actually, but it comes an edu action to Tan Sri and how to make it move. Yeah, to me. And then we have STEAM. All this while we talk about STEM, but now Tan Sri talk. Tan Sri elaborated into STEAM, which which we combine not only the science and technology, but we have ethics, arts, and management. Not forgetting the other part of education as well. Yeah, and then the 4 P's elements. And what is the most interesting, I would say here, is the edu action packages. Okay, Tan Sri offer 3 edu action packages. That is values set 1, values set 2, values set 3. And I have my notes here with me, but it seems that the secretariat said, why don't we just read out the question, because we have quite a number of questions now. But it's okay, Tan Sri, if let's say we don't have enough time to answer it all, they will, they will email it to you and let you to answer it direct to the person who asks it. Yeah? Okay. Can we go to the question number 1, Tan Sri? So how do you want me to arrange this? You want me to read it all, or you want me to read it one by one?
You can summarize it, and as long as I can get the gist of the question. I see the question are quite long-winded also.
It seems that question number 1 and number 2 is quite different in a sense. Yeah? Or I just read it out, and you entertain it one by one. Okay. Question number 1. This is from USM, Tan Sri. It's from Puan Ainul Abdul Mohsin. Hopefully, I addressed her right. Yeah? Okay. The question is, how do we instill good values? That is education of the soul, that is holistic, when decision makers focus on ranking and income generation.
When they focus on?
On ranking and income generation.
Yeah, but I think let me start off with a premise. If you are a university, there are a number of things that the university needs to have. To me, university is a thinking organization. And therefore, we should have a level of autonomy. And this is why in SAF, we talk about empowerment, flexibility, innovation, accountability. That is also the 4 values that I think minimally a university must have. If university are not empowered, university are just another bureaucracy that takes everything that falls from the sky, then I think we cease to be a university. And therefore, this whole notion of empowerment is not there, because universities are able to see different things and in different lights, because I probably would say most of the people in the university are qualified in terms of their education. I mean, I don't want to sound arrogant, but given all other ministries, I think Ministry of Education is probably the most lucky. We've got 20 universities, and these are all thinking people that will help the ministry to fly. But if you're not treating them as a thinking person, then I think you are just wasting time for these people who are there. If you are there just to teach you what is handed down to you, and you are not allowed to interpret. For example, STEM. Everybody talks about STEM. But I have problem with STEM when I look at this whole falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan, because the values are not there. So if I'm not allowed to articulate vis-a-vis bahawa STEM is not relevant to falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan, and yet I still teach STEM, maknanya I am already not serving the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan. I'm already going off tangent. So I'm misleading my institution, let alone misleading the whole rakyat Malaysia. Because if they believe in falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan, that's what it is. Right? So the university must have that courage to make the change. You must have that voice to make this change. University cannot be just nodding their head all the time. When they are supposed to do this, we do it. When there is no need to do it, then we need to do it. And of course, we can do this in a very intellectual way. Kita boleh buat teguran dengan cara yang beradab, and all this thing, because that is part of the decorum of making changes. And this has been happening many, many years. But the moment we do not recognize university as a thinking organization, then I think we lost it. And so juga di university. If you think all these lecturers and the students are not thinking people, then they need just to listen to what the rector says, then I think we also miss the point. So that discussion, that dialogue, that power, the empowerment, that flexibility, that innovation, I think needs to be. And I would want to give you a concrete example. Maybe I think we have done this 2 years ago, that trying to get this student working on things like that. And the latest news, we have submitted some of the projects for kind of an evaluation. I will not call it competition at the United Nations level. And we submitted 5 projects, and 4 of them are listed as finalists. Meaning to say that we have got something to contribute if we do it right. And that will be again the kind of contribution for the university. Not only that, but I think we are now able to, quote unquote, tell the world outside that we can think differently and therefore be recognized to be a finalist or a winner or thing like that. We are not doing things run of the mill. I remember masa kita buat COVID dulu, when somebody do kind of sanitation tunnel. Semua nak buat sanitation tunnel, and suddenly ministry kata sanitation tunnel does not work. And we go down the alley blindfolded because everybody is doing it. We have no time to think, to pause and see what is the correct way of doing things. And then coming out with another solution that other people will not have. So that is a thing that is now, I think, given the short period that I'm in education, that is utterly missing. That's utterly missing. Vice Chancellors pun kadang-kadang tak berani nak bercakap. For some reason or the other, and therefore we lose that opportunity to demonstrate the skill that we have in the university. So if you ask me this question, then I think we need to come back to the brass tack. Before understanding the falsafah, we must understand what is the organization that can work the falsafah. Kalau you give this falsafah kebangsaan to a factory, mungkin they find there's no need for this, because the factory is just about producing stuff. And I also feel, for example, when kita COVID-19, and suddenly the cluster comes from the industry, and these are making a lot of money. Some of them are producing rubber gloves, and they are making tons of money, and yet the people in the factory are having positive. So we're beginning to ask, where is the value in this particular place? And this is the industry they were supposed to serve. When they don't have the values that we promote, why should we serve them? And these are issues that the university must be clear about before we can even talk about values, and let alone implement it in the way we want it to be implemented. I don't know whether I've answered the question, Sharizad.
Yeah, it's the question comes from Puan Ainul, and hopefully Puan Ainul is satisfied with the answer. But Tan Sri, I think we have more than now we have like 7 more questions. So I just read it out very fast, and you just make it short for
Okay.
the answer. Yeah, everyone wants to listen to you directly, Tan Sri.
Okay, inshallah, we'll try.
Okay, now this is coming from UKM. Again, the name is Muhammad Fuad Abdul Rahman. I hope I address him well. Okay, leadership is ongoing process and will continually evolve outside university gates. Can society shape leaders through election, petition, or any other channels, from your opinion, including a case where a leader recently been removed due to public outcry?
Okay. This one, I think this is a question of when you understand values and we understand leadership, you want leaders to embrace those values. And this is where yang saya katakan tadi bahawa you becomes the KPI. The KPI is not something written and hidden somewhere else. You become the KPI in the way that you demonstrate the values that you actually believe in. If you believe in sympathy, how much of your action actually demonstrate that values of sympathy? If you believe in empathy, how much of that could be translated into, going down to the ground, turun padang and stuff like that. You cannot be saying that I empathize with you and then stay in your aircon room. You cannot say that I'm trying to solve the question of poverty and yet stay in the aircon room and read books on poverty. Books on poverty and books on the grounds are two different things. So it is up to you when we become that leader that profess that value, how much of that could be demonstrated in your behavior. One of my slides say, at the end of education is character. Yeah, maknanya how much of that could be then translated for other people, not to show off, but basically to tell that, yes, I do as what I said. Not just rhetoric. At the end of the day, what's the evidence? No evidence. So this is a thing, I think, what leadership is to me when we talk about values, because people at the end of the day want to see how the values get translated, because that value is the thing that at the end of the day defines your leadership. So your leaders may say something else, but then kita tengok dia buat something else pula. Doesn't matter whether this guy or that guy, then you find there is something, a disconnect in the leadership. All right? And then you need to come back to the whole question of governance. Where is the transparency? Where is the integrity? Where is the truthfulness? Where is the consultation? And this becomes a part and parcel of the discussion. They may overlook. We being human beings, we overlook certain things, but it is not something that you repeat lah. Yeah, we can see this. Dia dah buat sekali, dah kena hukum, dah buat lagi. Then I think there's something wrong with the selection of leadership, or maybe the criteria of selection of leadership, and so on and so forth. So that, I think, is not a new thing for us. But again, the university must make it known that they are not happy with this kind of a thing. Kalau kita diam je, maknanya kita pun tolerate, And the Prophet has said, I don't like to quote hadith because I'm not very religious. But kalau dia kata boleh kita ubah dengan tangan, kita ubah dengan tangan. Kalau tidak, sekurang-kurangnya ubah dengan lidah. Yeah, at the end of the day, the worst of iman is basically just keep it and not appreciating it. So are we doing that? Or are we doing the worst of the iman and sometimes not even ignoring it as such?
Thank you for that. Hopefully, Tuan Mok Fuad satisfied with the answer. Yeah. And again, there's another question from UKM, Tan Sri. This is from Muhammad Azim. Okay, the question is, FPK is inclusive enough to build a holistic individual? Yeah. Do you think exam-based evaluation may lead to this integration of academic, spiritual, moral of our students?
Yeah, I think it's a very good question. And I was just reading, I think, that macamnya UPSR has been abolished, misalnya. I think that's a fantastic thing. because at the level of umur 12 tahun to sit for exam. I remember when I was the Jahannam, we don't have UPSR. We've got an intelligent test. I kind of enjoy that intelligence, just to tell you, to see you where you are. It is not an exam per se. I think exams is overrated, or competition in that sense is overrated. Yeah. So when you talk about ranking, I just read baru ni 16 university Malaysia is now in the QS ranking or the Times ranking. I don't know whether I should I should rejoice ataupun feel sad about it, because we are now ramped into another way of thinking of competing with one another. So bagi saya, exam dengan falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan does not go well together. I'm not saying the exam is totally irrelevant. There are certain things that is examinable, but yet again, COVID tells us when COVID comes in, suddenly exam is cancelled. If exam is that powerful, then I think they must have exam somehow or other. I saw some universities do not have exam anymore, and they don't even have failing grade. There's one university mengatakan if you pass, but if you don't pass, dia kata not yet. Dia tak kata fail pula. Dia kata you have not arrived at that point. You can still pass if you do a little bit more work. So we don't kind of look at exam as a fait accompli, whether you make it or you don't make it. And this is where I think something that we need to understand again, that education is not a competition like the Olympics. Yeah, education is not one silver medal, one gold medal, one bronze medal, and the rest tak ada apa. In education, there can be 100 gold medals, 100 silver medals, and 100 bronze medals. So if you don't make it that way, then people feel very stressful. I just need to run after that one gold medal. If I don't get it, I'm done. How do you spread this? How do you understand this, Bahawa it is not that kind of a competition. It's a competition actually within yourself to move forward, not competition with other people. So again, these where the university are not voicing itself correctly. Under the COVID ni, I hope a lot more university will readjust. Alhamdulillah, in UIAM, there are certain courses kita katakan no need for exams. But that doesn't mean that we are not evaluating, we are not testing, or we are not measuring. We do, but perhaps in a different way. Perhaps not in a number way. Yeah, my own experience in one of the other universities that I had been through, when we talk about social engagement, misalnya, yeah, where we organize students in a group of 10 to work with, to solve a problem in the community. All right, and there is no exams, but the students do evaluate one another. First thing we have, every student evaluate each other, so there is no passenger. Yeah, there's no people who take in easy ride. I will evaluate everybody, and the students are also evaluating the lecturer, because the lecturer needs to be around. Kadang-kadang lecturer not around juga. And then the lecturer will evaluate the students. Okay, but the final evaluator will be the people in the kampung who they work with. In other words, if you come here to solve my problem, is my problem solved? You may read so many articles, you may write so many things, but is my problem solved? If my problem solved, then maybe I've said that you have completed, and there's no A, there's no B there, but you have done something successfully. So we need to think quite creatively before. And I would like also to mention that this whole idea of examination, the way we understand it, is taken again from the industry. Yeah, the industry can do this because I say they are dealing with something which is lifeless. If you produce what you call mineral water, it's all of standard size. All of standard weight, same color. You can nampak, ini hijau, suddenly this one blue, we throw this out, right? But a human being, you cannot do that. You cannot standardize. Everybody must look like this fella, and he must behave like this fella and talk like that fella, and then they will pass. I think that's not it. So the challenge for us is basically how to be a little bit flexible on this and think like. Give you one simple example, Sharizad. When I took over USM, I wasn't trained for this, but suddenly I found that two very different things. As a science student, I will evaluate research in terms of mainly journals. Scientists like to write journals. And the more authors, sometimes the better, because it's collaboration and so on and so forth, you know. And so tier 1, tier 2 journals and stuff. When I go down to the humanities, and they told me, we do not write journals, article, we prefer to write books, you know. And we don't want 30 people to write a book. We want at the most 2 people to write a book. And one book will take probably 6 months or a year or to write, you know, unlike a journal paper after the experiment. So different people needs to be evaluated differently. The moment you lump them and standardize this, then I think you lose a lot more things. And that is the role of university. University must start to think how to best serve its own community, constituency, so that we can get a fair deal at the end of the day.
Okay, Tan Sri, fair enough. We have more questions here, Tan Sri.
Okay.
Okay, but this one, we have heard from USM, UKM, and now this one is from, I would say, the industry. Yeah, we have Tuan Haji, Tuan Shamsul Amri Abdul Razak, Manager of Sabah Training Resources. Yeah, the question is, if given quick and limited time to recover what has taken place, yeah, what would be your suggestion the industry should act upon?
Well, it depends what industry is for. I mean, if industry is about making profit and profit alone, then I think their strategy may be different. And then you can talk about, you know, how to best exploit people and make money. But if the purpose of industry, like a university, is also to produce a useful citizen, you know, a responsible human being, that profits can be tailored to the needs of a human person, then I think that industry is a different industry altogether. You know, I can talk to you about the pharmaceutical industry. We can look at vaccine now. A lot of people are dying, but the industry that produce vaccines are fighting among themselves. And we don't understand this. I thought the industry would be wholeheartedly trying to save the whole human population, particularly the people who have not had the privilege or the facilities to, you know, to get access to vaccines. But no, the story is now we are still begging for the industry to give whatever is left to the people who do not have access to vaccine. Now, that is a kind of industry that I think needs to readjust itself to what values are all about. You know, and some people want, for example, to do a waiver. Forget about your copyright because you're saving life now. Or some industry doesn't want. They say copyright is my business. You know, I need to recoup what I need to recoup. I don't care how many people will die. So it depends on the kind of industry that we talked about and how humane the industry is. And I think when you talk about values, it's about human values. It's not about industrial values. It's not about, you know, material values. It's about saving life and saving souls. And I'm not too sure how many industries are in that business.
Maybe you can talk more to Encik Shamsul, because since that you know him well. That's the rest of us. Anyway, so
yeah, some of these people are just going to test me anyway.
So
Right.
I think with the time limit here that we can entertain online, 3 more questions. Boleh, Tan Sri?
Boleh. Okay.
Alright. This just 3 more. The rest will be email or channel to you online. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. The next one is from Encik Shaharuddin Abdul Aziz from UPSI. How could we change the obsession to compete, to produce and market the graduates within the ministry mindset? Okay, that's one question. And another is from, this one is from YouTube, Dr. Shardi Abdullah from UMK. His question is, how does appreciation of value can take place despite the bureaucratic obstacles in our organization?
Yeah.
This is quite similar. And then the next one, again from USM, hopefully I addressed her well, Puan Sharifah Darwina, our managing changes, on managing changes, especially at a new role and team, what is the best practices and how do you decide what are the best values embed in making sure your team embrace the change you want?
Okay.
Okay, so all these three, Tan Sri, before, hopefully
Okay.
you can just,
I can answer all three questions by going back to, are you subscribing to falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan? If you're asking me how do we bridge the gap between us and Kementerian, I would want to ask the Kementerian, is the Kementerian subscribing to falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan in the real terms of the word, not just quoting falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan as we do in the blueprint? Yeah, in understanding, I give you 3 set values. There are other 5 set values that you can derive from the falsafah if you really want it. All right. So, are you subscribing the actual meaning of the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan? And in the moment you do that, then you find that the bureaucracy is not functional anymore. Because, as I've mentioned, we need to have this empowerment, this flexibility, and stuff like that. If the bureaucracy does not allow it, then you are just using, bagi saya, what you call a lip service lah. You are not able to translate it into real terms. Yeah, and I think this is something that we need to think very, very hard. When I make my judgment whether something that I need to follow ataupun tidak, I go back to the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan. I don't want to renegade the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan because I wholeheartedly believe in it. And if I need to make my comments against whatever it is said based on the falsafah, I will do it. And that's my rule, my duty as an academic to do it. And that's where the value comes in. You are true to the value that you hold. You don't actually change your position just because you talk to a different people of a different color, who sometimes have a different power, then you just change your notion. Then you're not worth the academic you are. Yeah, the principle needs to be whole. At the end of the day, if they say, please leave the office because you do not subscribe to my belief, then I think you leave the office. And there's no two ways about that. But that is as much as I think the truthfulness to this thing. So, macam Sharifah Darwina tanya tadi, how do you decide? I decide on what I understand as far as the falsafah kebangsaan is concerned. And we have produced a book, and then that book covers from IR4 until the beginning of it. We interviewed Tan Sri Wan Zahid, one of the architect of it, and now we're going to produce a second edition. We will include the post-COVID environment where falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan can play a role. All the other things that we have not covered in the first edition, we will cover it. Menunjukkan bahawa this falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan is wide enough, as somebody have said, it's inclusive enough to do what we need to do. Only thing whether we want to do it ataupun tidak. Yeah, and I think if we're able to do this, then I will be able to tell you also that it mirrors very much on the 4 pillars of learning of UNESCO that I've mentioned. So in maknanya, there's already an international standard that we can benchmark with. We don't have to grapple, tak payah tengok orang lain buat, kita nak buat. Kita dah ada dah. Hanya kan kita nak meletakkan je in a position that people can understand. We have got the jewels, we have got the materials. All you need to do is to put it in the proper perspective. Then other people will look, hey, Malaysia has got this. Kita dah ada satu benda yang orang lain tak ada. But we are not doing that. We are still looking at other people just because they are so-called world-class university. Kita pun terpikatlah dengan world-class university-nya. But we will not be able to do it because the context is different, the culture is different, the value is different, and sometimes the way they run the university is also different. So we are not able to do this. You might as well content with what we've got. Yeah, I think that will probably be your last question, Sharizad. I want to thank everybody for.
Yes, Tan Sri, that's the last question.
Yeah, I would like to thank everybody for listening. And if there is any other conversation, I think we should do this conversation. This conversation should not end with a webinar. It is a long-term process, especially the younger academics who are aspiring to do better post-COVID. The world is yours, and you need to have all these things. We are willing to actually work with you. I'm quite certain AKEPT will be one of the strong proponents in this. So let's make dua, inshallah, that we will do the best, inshallah. So thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
Okay, Tan Sri, thank you very much. Thank you so much. And it seems that there are many in the platform is actually still asking questions, but we have to stop them by now because we have another one session for the morning session today. And since that time is not permitting us to entertain more questions, so the Secretariat, as I mentioned earlier, will share the question to Tan Sri, and they will get back to those who ask the question with the answers later. Yeah? So thank you to the participants for your questions, concerns, opinions, and also insights. And Tan Sri, thank you so much once again. It is our pleasure to have you with us. And of course, you will be staying with us today up until tomorrow, yeah? And again, ladies and gentlemen, I would also have the pleasure to once again thank IIUM top management for their consent, giving it to us to organize this webinar, and AKEPT especially for being our biggest supporter in making this realized. Yeah. But above all, let us put our hats off to the MSD team, Management Services Division team, led by Datuk Haji Ibrahim Ahmad, for being the people behind the scene of this webinar, the Secretariat, until all of us are able to gather this morning, and inshallah making it up the whole day today and another full day tomorrow. So stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now take a 30 minutes break. 30 minutes break, and polite reminder to everyone, stay safe, maintain 1.5 meter physical gap while you can still maintain your social distance, through WhatsApp or video call, or even you can chat to one another in the ataupun on the chat box in the both channel. So we will come back at what time? This is 11:30. So we'll come back at 11:30 for our second session. So stay tuned. See you soon.
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka. Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown Antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
Kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change the university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agenda such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
We are a place of accomplishments. From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers and records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. UIAM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating UIAM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown Antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau kita panggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change the university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agenda such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for still staying with us, and Secretariat also has pinned the link to the registration of the seminar for those who did not able to register earlier. We shall now continue our session with a talk from Associate Professor Dr. Nora Mat-Zain, the Head of Department Secretary, Kuliah of Medicine, IIUM. And ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you once again, that just share what you have in mind and what do you think you need Dr. Nora to respond to you, through the Q&A box on the screen that you can find below, at the below part of your screen. And please write your name and where you are from. If possible, to write your title or address. How do you want me to address you? Just to make sure, first thing first is just to make sure that you are not a robot. Okay, and we will read it. We will read your whatever opinion, comments, question, whatnot after the talk, should the time permits, because it seems that we are behind time about 30 minutes. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Nora is online now, and before I proceed with before she proceeds with the talk, let me introduce who Dr. Nora is. So the topic that Dr. Nora will be delivering is becoming best partner and accountable team partner. And Dr. Nora, Associate Professor Dr. Nora Mat-Zain is currently Head of Department Secretary, Kuliah of Medicine, IIUM, and an experienced senior lecturer with a demonstrated history of working in the higher education industry as consultant psychiatrist and educator on psychiatry and mental health. She was graduated from UKM and University of Liverpool, and Dr. Nora's subspecialty is on the psychotherapy area, while also actively giving talk and lectures related to mental health. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us now welcome our next speaker for the second session in our webinar today, Associate Professor Dr. Nora Mat-Zain, the Head Department of Secretary, Kuliah of Medicine, IIM, with the topic becoming best partner and accountable team partner. Dr. Nora, over to you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to everyone here, Excellency, Minister, Professors, Dato, Tan Sris, and Honorable Head of Department, and also the ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the organizing committee for inviting me to share some of my thought, my experience and skills, and as being introduced by our Madam Chairperson just now, that I am a clinician as well as the academy administrator, and still has to do some teaching, research, and partly also can like to contribute to the to achievement of the philosophy and IUM mission and vision. Thank you for the kind introduction. And this morning, we are very fortunate to listen to our Honorable Tan Sri Rector for the insightful talk about values and how we can take all these values to become a harmonious and balanced human in this world. Okay, I have a few slides to share, and bear with me for the next maybe about 40 minutes because I'm going through some of the old stuff about what is leadership, some values, but inshallah, I'll try to integrate all these theories and practices and some examples, perhaps in my clinical experience, as well as probably the as academic administrator, has to play a leader to a small department in Kuliah Medicine. Why do I say small department? Because I only have, right now, I only have 10 people working under me. And inshallah, we are still value driven to give what is the utmost things that we need to give to the organization. Okay, let me share my. So, being a clinician and a psychiatrist by myself, people always say that, oh, probably I can deal with some of the issues, supposedly more constructive rather than destructive. However, I do sometimes walk the talk and try my best to do this. And inshallah, we're still learning. And every day is about learning process and to become a harmonious human being at the end of the day. And inshallah, as a Muslim like myself, we always believe that one day we're going to go back to the eternal world, yeah, the other world. Okay, let me share the screen. Can see my screen, I hope. Right. Okay, so this is me, and I'm going to talk about becoming best partner and accountable team partner. And as you can see that all of us actually a partner in our family, in our department, in our community. So we are a partner of something. And what makes us different probably from the other creation is we have the akal, we have the knowledge, we have the cognitive function, we have the thinking, and we have the emotional part as well. And all the creation is actually has this cognitive, emotion, behavior, but perhaps what is the make the difference between human being and other creation is the akal, our cognitive function probably, and is governed by the understanding of what we have to do in terms of taking into consideration some of the things that not to harm others. If we compare to ourselves and the other creation, let's say the animals, these are the life. They are lively. They're gonna die one day. But what makes it different because of we are the highly civilized creation, right? So I'm gonna bring you to some of the maybe a broad topic for some of you all, and what is leadership and everything. Everyone knows that it just making things happen, and in the togetherness and to transform visions to reality. So this is a leader who lead an organization and make things happen. The organization have the vision and mission, and they are the leadership can transform the visions to reality through their leadership. And there are many types of leadership, as you all know. And it was been stated in psychology theory of leadership. You can have collaborative leadership. You can have many types of leadership. And I think the social sciences people are very well versed on this. And having in the psychiatry, we are science, and also we have the art. So it is sort of like suitable for me who can just try to see things from the science perspective and understanding in terms of how to humanizing some of the sciences, some of the technology, and to use this in our daily practice. So sometimes my friends make jokes that so you are the person who expert in a gray area. I said, yeah, so we are the expert in the gray area. But sometimes our life is also gray. but I'm not saying that. It's just a joke from my friend. Yeah. So leadership, making things happen. So we are here to make things happen. If we are belong to any organization, this is the the things that we need to understand from the beginning. We want make sure that to make things happen, togetherness with other part of with other family, other people in the organization, and to transform whatever the missions, ambitions of each of the organization to a reality. We heard so much about university's mission, the education mission in this when we want to integrate between the rohani, just mind, the emotion, the cognition, the behavior, and the spiritual. So can we do this? Yes, it actually can. But how we're going to do that is certainly it is a process. Okay, so what are the core behaviors of effective leaders? Everybody also knows about this. It's a social, people may not know about this. They are the ones who modeling the way. This is a model, by example, by exemplary, inspiring a shared vision of each of the organization. So I have a small department, but our vision probably big. We wanted to be a mental health advocates. We wanted to have we want to give the best education of psychiatry, undergraduate, postgraduate. We want to give the best services to the community, becoming a psychiatrist with the values of looking at any cases in holistic way. So we always share and tells our graduate, whenever you see any case, you must look at the bio, psychosocial, and the spiritual part and incorporate this in your management. So the vision is small, but I think it's big, but we can have as much as vision and mission that is bigger. And how we are going to transform that to a reality, it's of course it needs a few other processes, and one of that is to become a partner as well as a leader. So leadership, partnership in our organization. So maybe some of them example relate to the how do I handle some patient, because you can, if you hear just now that my interest and my specialty is the psychotherapy. Sometimes I do the dynamic psychotherapy and the cognitive and some of the behavior change. And lately we are doing the value-driven behavioral change. And this is very interesting because sometimes we can't control many things, but how can we change? It's just one way that one of the things that we can do is by using our values to change our behavior. So this is the leaders can inspire, the effective leaders is inspiring, and they challenge the status quo sometimes. So they are not afraid of venturing in some things, and they will accept whatever the challenge is. And not only that, as my topic was here is as a partnership, as a teamwork, as a team player. So the effective leadership also empowering and enabling their teams. They are the enablers. They're recognizing the achievement of any of their staff or their members in the department or in the organization. They're recognizing that human being are more motivated if their contribution is being recognized. And I think that's a human nature whereby people wants to be important, and our job is to make sure that every members in the department or in the organization is important. And we are here to make the person that feel important. So these are some of the core behaviors of effective leaders. And there's many other core behaviors, but this is the one that I got it from our papers. This is produced by our own Malaysian researcher. Yeah. Okay. So another characteristic is strategic thinking and behavior. Demonstrate fundamentals of teamwork. Empower the small group autonomy, and this is very important. Sometimes we forgot to empower and our team members that to make some decision. So we empower them, and this is just to make a person become very important, and this will increase their well-being. So everybody would like to be important in this world. We want to contribute something. We feel that we want to contribute, and this is the sense of being important, the sense of contribute something. This is where the well-being, the happiness, the joy will come. And in the leadership also must have a clear roles and rules. Cannot be rules or roles ambiguous. I mean, if the department of the organization doesn't have a clear role, so the leader can't do their job properly, the subordinate can't do their job properly. So it is important to have clear roles. And as you all know that every one of us have our roles as a human being. And if just given very simple example that I used to tell my client in my clinic, that we have roles at any point of time. Like now, I'm sitting here. I am an educator. I am a clinician. I am a mother of children. I'm a wife. I am, and not to forget that I am a human being. I'm a female. So we have to. We have roles and rules to fulfill. Maybe the fulfillment of this role will not come at one time. It may need some other time, but our job and our mind must be clear that all these roles probably need to fulfill balancely. So this is what I can get from the Rector this morning, that we have to have the harmonious, and Rector said many times about partnership. What other make the leadership or leaders good is they are not afraid to continue develop themselves, continue changing and looking and evaluating the organization structure, and they develop a strong partnership, not just bonding and partnership inside the department, but each of one of us, the individual will stick together, glue together, and work together to achieve the mission under one leadership. And the effective leadership, also systematic implementation and evaluation. Then this is where what I said just now, it's a balanced time management. So we must know where is the utmost energy that you want to put on. Some job require small time, less time. But another job probably require a longer time, much more than to be focused, to focus on that and try to do it in the balance. So the leadership or the effective, if we can look at, is a dynamic. It is not static. And this is what human being as well. We are dynamic. Our personality now, our what we are thinking, how we are thinking now, perhaps as some be dynamic in the past. So that makes the life is so wonderful because we are dynamic. We are not static. Okay, this is about the values. It's what we think. It's a guiding principle. Why I want to put it in the beginning about the values, about the leadership, because these are the things that we are going to use and to integrate in our partnership. The psychology of partnership later. So the values, guiding principle of our action. Some people do not realize it can be, sometimes it goes like the unconscious, and we try to, it's unconscious, meaning after sometimes we realize that what are the things that, why we do this, why we are in education. At this age, why would we still work? If let's say money is not the issue, we are happy, we want time, but why we are still here? Why we are still in education? Why we are still why we are still working? And I amazed with most of our leaders, they keep on continue working, and I'm amazed, and I am Ibnu Sina chairperson now with this Asma, Prof. Asma, which is she got everything, but she still come back. So there must be some values driven for all these people to come back and give. And one of the values that I probably want to highlight is the giving, the sharing. That is the values that motivate people and motivate us to still do and strive for excellence. Serve as a standard criteria. So when we see things or when we evaluate on the certain things, it's based on some of our values, and the values is different. I mean, not to say that there is a core components of values that we can say, but some probably differ in terms of the emphasization of this. Sometimes my patient, when they do psychotherapy, they don't, I give example, they don't know why they are staying in that marriage. When I do the therapy, why I'm still here? Why I'm still in this marriage? If my husband's my partner is showing some infidelity, but I still here. I still wants to be in this marriage. So lots of things that unconsciously. Then when we do psychotherapy, when we go individually, then we know that some of us have these values that make us feel happy and joy despite of many unhappy circumstances. So how do we see things? And that's based on some values as well. This is the according to Schwartz and Rebel, everybody knows about this, some of the common values that we'll see in the literature. Benevolence, universalism, conformity, security, tradition, power, achievement, hedonism, stimulation, and self-direction. All of these values really can also be combined and come and makes them to form another value, not to say another values, but the subset. And the values here have different goals. So for instance, I will take out, so what is benevolence value? Benevolence value is, I can read here, benevolence value is the term itself can show that it is actually how we want to preserve and enhancing welfare among the person or the people who is close to us. So the goal is, and from these benevolence values, we can see that we become forgiving, respectful, and we adore and we embrace the true friendship, because these are the values. Or we accept our as people who we accept and forgive. And in one organization, we cannot run away from make mistake, and we keep on forgiving, and we accept, because we know that we have these values. And another example here about hedonism, the values of hedonism, whereby what is hedonism is the pleasure. So if you lost your pleasure, anhedonia is one of the symptoms for depression. Okay, but this the pleasure, we achieve something, we got pleasure, we are so happy, so it will driven us to do more and motivate us to do more. So it is very powerful if you understand each of the values that we have, that can change the scenario, the change of our way of thinking. And in fact, in the psychotherapy, in the clinical scenario, the clinician, there's a certain commitment therapy the ACT, which is part of the the characteristic by using the mindfulness, you appreciate what you have now, and the value change, the value driven, the people change because of their values. So they accepted, and it is being used in the therapy for individual therapy. It does, and also to enhance the human, the enhance the human change and productivity later, because it's not just to use for mental sick people, but it can be used as one way of enhancing our behavior in the organization and to improve and our productivity. Another benevolence is one of the things that when we want to use in the development of the best partnership, because when we have the needs to be in the with the family, with the connection, so we don't want to miss our bonding inside the small organization, or even in the big organization. What about conformity? Conformity is about the goal is to restrain our action or impulses, not to harm others. So whenever we want to do things, we have these values, we care for others, we don't want to hurt others. So it just makes us to be more positive, motivate to always become self-disciplined, obedient, and we also have this respectful, and we honor our friends, our family, our parents, because we have these values, and lots more that I can discuss, but I guess I leave it to some. This is the social learning, social theory. And how does this social theory, all these theories related to science? Because being a doctor, we are the scientists. There's a recent research, not that recent, but there's a movement that whatever the positivity, the value, the calmness, actually will be translated in some of the changes in our biological symptoms. It is quite interesting. So for example, when I do the psychotherapy for individually, the studies have shown that some of the genetics, some of the DNAs are changed. So this is a very interesting, this is a very interesting, whereby people say that the genetic cannot be changed. Yeah, we always look at the genetic, but with some of the changes, behavioral changes, or the calmness and whatever what is I can say that is the reducing of the stress level, the calmness actually does give some impact to the biological changes in our body as well. So what is partnership? Now, a paired person, this is the very simple definition. Paired person working together in a similar activities. So the qualities in the organization must have open communication. The leaders and the subordinate must work together. They are partner. They are leader, but they also partner. Adaptability to the situations. Practices empathy. This is the good qualities in organization, in order to embrace with the partnership. Developing of the good partnership in organization. Yeah. So empathy, and Tan Sri Retno also mentioned many times this morning, is about flexibility. So empathy, flexibility, not just sympathy. Sympathy maybe not enough, because we have to be empathy. We sit in their shoes, and the COVID-19, the pandemic. And you can see that many mental health issues also arise, and And in our clinic, although we have to cut down because of the reduced distancing, however, people keep on coming because of this is the consequences of pandemic. Lots of mental health issues arise, and we need more people to help us in dealing with what is happening in our country now. So empathy, flexibility, we are flexible and resilient. Yeah, the qualities that need to be in partnerships is resilient. So we can bounce back in this pandemic situation. We have to make use whatever resources that we have, working together and mutual understanding of the purpose. Our purpose now is to flatten the COVID-19 cases, and we are hoping with when the people play their individual responsibility. How do we want to make sure? How do we can do that? Is we can't send KKM, we can't send police to monitor for every single person, but with the value that we have, probably we can change our attitude. The value, you can choose any of the values. Okay, love, care. We don't want people that we love, so we have this benevolence values to change our behavior. So how many of us have not been seeing our parents because we wanted to really follow the SOP so that we can at least make a change. One individual change, change in the partners, change in the team, and the whole community will change. But it always need to give to start with individual as well. The other qualities that in the best partnership is shared resources. So now with the solidarity, most of the kaki tangan awam public service encourage, or we have to cut down, some of us have to cut down their allowances, and this is shared resources. And this is the skill, our skill leadership that you can see come up with this the idea. So if we have these values of sharing is one of the values. Care to share, caring is sharing. So this is what we can put in the some other qualities is there, but I just take up some few important things, because this is an adaptation from any partnership relationship. For instance, my job, I'm a psychotherapist. Sometimes I do marital psychotherapy. So in the relationship, we talk about husband and wife, partners has to openly talk. So when I transfer to organization, the organization must have open communication. How to do that? Of course, there's a way of communicate. We have the adab, we have the custom, we have the way of effective communication. So again, the adaptability, empathy, flexibility, the shared resources, skill leadership, and the skill leadership that I shared just now. Another thing is we can put here is the value-based leadership. So there's a process of how to effectively do this, but this is some of the examples. What are the good qualities in organization to be success? A leader work as a partner in a team. A leader is a catalyst. We ignite spark. We create synergy. Individual energy becomes synergistic, and we create the climate of trust, openness. Trust, we can hear many times as well. Tan Sri Rector said we have to have some trust. Now we are academician. Sometimes the online teaching for me is quite difficult in the beginning, because we used to have our students who follow us every day in our clinic, in the ward, and teaching teaching a medical student is sort of like apprenticeship. Yeah. So starting from clinical years, they are with us every day. So when they are not around, I feel lost. I said, am I still a teacher? Now, teaching psychiatry is not too bad because we can still talk, but the students miss the emergency cases in the hospital, in the ward. But we need to, and then we have these classes. So yesterday I asked my students, 25 of them, 27. I said, are you all there? Are you all, you are not avatar, right? I said, because of, sometimes these are the changes that's happening now. However, we must be flexible and ready to take any challenge during this period. And we can still make full use of any resources that we have. Responsiveness, leader or partner. So this is another good things that we will give us the best of success in organization. We are responsive. Not only that, responsive, and also perhaps we are also able to look at, as a partner, we are able to identify in the beginning what to prevent for any difficulties in our organization. And I put there the behavior-driven values as a partner, as a best partner, in the times where everything that we can't control COVID. We can control to certain as to up to our level, but sometimes we can't control. When the government said this is a total lockdown, we have to follow the SOPs, and we sometimes people lose their control. They don't feel that they lose their freedom. We can't go to supermarket. We can't do things like as usual. So we lost our own freedoms, and losing freedom sometimes create a lot of stress, among us. So however, how we can change all these things is we still have our values. When we love our country, when we love our family, so we will change, because these are the values that will help us to change our behavior, to follow the SOP, to stay at home, and to make full use of any resources that we have, and be mindful of the situation. Okay. I think this is another just some of the theories. The value-based leadership will give rise to stability, a trusting relationship among teamwork, motivate action and solution, organizational behavior, and transparent decision, and also resilience. So the values that we have the values in ourselves actually can be combination of others. Each individual has their own values, and all these good values will come in a team, and it will make the organization a value-based behavior change in any organization. Okay, what are the challenges in development of partnership in organization? It's easier said than done, but we have to accept that sometimes challenges is the one that we have to overcome. So how can we work together or develop the best partnership if we sometimes have ideological differences? And there will be some power inequality. So conflict arises, the distrust, and we find that we are losing control in that team as well. So I give you an example that in the beginning I say, when in the partner, in the marriage, because sometimes we make jokes that in the department also, when we say about partnerships, about marriage, yeah, it's a marriage. So what makes a person stay in that marriage? What makes a person stay in the organization? If they found out that they can't distrust, they can there's a conflict between them. Sometimes this conflict can be resolved, sometimes cannot be resolved. But what made they stay? Because they have the values, and the values actually can gear to the happiness. Example, if you're happy to see people happy, so you do things just to make sure that you are happy because of you see people happy. So maybe we don't want to be in that particular organization, but what have we contribute? We have contributed something, and you can see people are happy. So for those people who have to value themselves, that I am happy to see people happy, as long as it doesn't cause harm to me, it doesn't cause harm to others, which is the clear conscience that we are doing this because we are happy to do that and we wanted to do that. So inshallah, this is there will be, to a certain extent, it can help us to stay and to do whatever needs to be as a best partner in the organization. Sometimes we have cultural clashes, the personality clashes, and this personality clash is actually stemmed from their upbringing, from the intelligence, from their cultural values as well. So it does create some a problem in organization. The what is the worst part, because what can happen is the challenges probably just make a person only work on the process. They cannot focus on the vision and mission. They're just busy resolving the conflict, and they forget what is their main vision, their main objective in that partner. So they are busy with we are busy of blaming each other's. You cannot understand me. You have to understand me. So this I probably much more words about this word that we can hear rather than we say, rather than a we. Okay, so previous history of antagonism. Yeah, people brought up, so and they have been probably the past history also can actually give a challenge, because this is the different ways different people will see things differently, and sometimes it's based on their previous experience, and they become scared, they become fearful. And what other leaders should do? Highlighting, understanding, and accepting that human beings sometimes has own differences. As long as it doesn't cause harm to the organization, we sometimes can make use of all these differences to become the best partner team. So how do I see for example, we try to highlight what are the weakness, what are the strength for each of individual in our department. So some people their strength is this, some people their strength. So if we can make full use of this strength, and if we just put in the clashes, the differences a little bit away from our daily activities at daily things that we deal with organize in our job, so we can actually come up with more positive and outcome for our department, for our organization. I keep on saying department because I'm working in department, and obviously I'm also working with UIAM, and I'm glad as well because of our honorable rector has shared the always looking at the holistic, and I feel like as a psychiatry department, a mental health department, that sometimes it is our job to make the vision realization, but we cannot work alone. Of course, we need to have our partners to achieve this goal. frequent failure to work together, and people got frustrated. And then again, the lack of role ambiguity. This is some of the challenges. Sometimes what we can do is, based on these challenges, we draw some of the ways of tackling. As simple as how do we see in our family, between the role of husband, role of children, role, because we have many roles, and these need to balance. So if the child, simple, we have problem with our children. So what we do, you don't understand, you don't this. We try to we judge them, we say them, but if we can say that, okay, I think at this stage your role is 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's about clear role, and later as the cognitive development increase, we can start to put some flexibility in their daily activities, and from here, so we can emulate the simple things. We bring back to our department. From the department we bring to the organization, and the organization we bring to the community. So inshallah, we can come with our vision to become the balanced and harmonious human, governed by what is okay. Now I have few more minutes, I guess. So accountability, as a partner, in the organization, we have to be accountable. Accountability is not a responsibility; it's the accepting responsibility of own action. This is the simple way of definition. And accountability governed by internal locus of control. We have internal locus, and this is the psychology part, internal locus and external locus. So the accountability mainly governed by locus of control. So the accountability is a character of success leader, and the accountability, the accountable person, they perceive personal responsibility for their success and also their failure. So how does the accountability affect our life, our mental well-being? So it's increased well-being because we have a sense of control. So people are scared about losing control. When people take certain control, so we become stressed, we become depressed, because we still want to be in control. And it is increased moral and increased commitment to work. So the accountability, the theory said, is governed by internal locus of control. The external locus, I think, the environmental factors, and how do we see people or human that we can say that they have accountable. So they take responsibility. They simply not give excuses. Unless it's really, really, really important to mention about excuses. They are punctual because they value the timeline of any work. They value they respect other people's time. So they're punctual. Control their own behavior. So they doesn't require regular monitoring. So people can trust, can depend on them. They are reliable. And what is how to see that they are accountable? They can own their emotion. So they realize, I am angry, I am happy, I am sad. So the most important thing is they can own their emotion, and they can validate their own emotion. Do they need external validation? Yes, sometimes it does help, but they can do that. They validate their own self. Then later the external validation can come. So they use the environment to, they are not depending so much on the environmental, but the environment, the external control will be used constructively. They can manage expectation, although the managers or the bosses expect something, but they can manage in their own ways because they are in control. And the expectation, we are hoping that expectation, realistic expectation. So not just saying that I will do this in one day, but the actual things that the job has to be done in 3-4 days. So manage expectation realistically. They can collaborate with others. They can see the differences and work on these differences, collaborate, discussion, can values internal motivation as well. So the internal motivation is much more rewarding for them. That we want to have some financial motivation, some recognition, some praises. If we do get, alhamdulillah, it just give us another booster to increase our esteem and then to increase our productivity. But those people who is accountable, the value, then the internal incentive, the incentive internal, they feel rewarding. This is much more rewarding. I can give, I make people happy. So they are accountable. This is some of the sign that the people are accountable. Okay, this is my last slide. So what is the way forward? So let us do the behavioral change, value-driven change, to engage in the best partnership and be accountable in our action to achieve the harmonious and balanced human being. Oh, by the way, I talked about ACT just now, acceptance, commitment, therapy. So in situation like this now, if we can't change many things, we just accept that and we are committed to change. And how do we committed to change? One of the things that they said is the value. So you change based on your value. So I have given an example just now. So if you're happy to see your friends happy, so then you always want to give. And the spirituality is one of the values that fall under one of the values that is quite powerful. So the spirituality and because some people they have religion, but some do not have religion, but they are spiritual as well. So their connection to the people, to the world, to the surrounding. So the spirituality is one of the values that can differ or can change in some of the behavior to achieve our target. So I think that's about all that I want to share, and I'm sorry. I hope that my simple and short, not sure whether short or not, but can give something which is not new. I believe that every one of us, we are educators, we are administrators, we hold certain position. This is just about reminding and looking the way forward. So thank you very much. I pass back to Madam Chairperson.
All right. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nora. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is now 12:25 p.m. according to my clock here, and seems that we do not have much time to discuss or to entertain the question, but we have here at least one question. I think we can allow one question, to be entertained by Dr. Nora. And the rest of the question that we gather here from YouTube and also Zoom platform will be submitted or emailed to Dr. Nora via online, and but at the same time we also gather two other notes that I think it is worth sharing with the rest of the speakers, the rest of the participants, and Dr. Nora herself, before I come up with the question from one of our participants. Okay, this one is from Miss Anis Shafinas. Yeah, Miss Anis Shafinas wrote here, values-based leadership is actually a mutual respect. Yeah, so that's number one. And then there's another one, Dr. Nora. This is from Cloud9. So Cloud9, he or she, yeah, wrote here that we create our own happiness and become best partner in our organization. Lead by example, yeah, not only rhetoric, theory talk, but no action. IIM shows good leadership with values. Thank you very much, Cloud9, and congrats, organizer and secretariat. Thank you once again, and thank you to Dr. Nora too. Okay, Doctor, we shall now go to the question. Yeah, we take one question here, and the question is in Bahasa Melayu. Okay, this is from Kamal Talib. Yeah, Encik Kamal Talib from UMT. He writes here, apakah cara untuk mengatasi cabaran dalam membangunkan partnership dalam organisasi secara agresif? Silakan, Doktor.
Okay, kalau saya, terima kasih ya Cik Talib sebab tadi saya ada bincang yang, so I shall speak in English as well. The question is about how to aggressively develop partnership, good partnership, yeah. And macam mana nak mengatasi cabaran. So if you can see that the aggressive here needs to be interpret in certain ways. So because of the organization has their own values as well. So the some, as I mentioned in UIA, we said we are value-based education. So how do we want to develop the partnership? If we go back to the qualities and of the best partnership, aggressive means how long we have to put our target, and we have to study and sometimes the root cause analysis. What is happening inside the department or organization? Sometimes it mean just not like a theory, but it is in action. So perhaps the aggressive or not must come. Last time we always say that it must come from top to bottom, but now actually we are the change agent. Everyone of us is change agent, but do it in a proper way based on the values of the organization. So aggressive or not, it depends on the understanding of the problem itself. If let's say it involves different personalities, different understanding, it's just a lot. So perhaps this is not the best partner that we can have. So aggressive here I believe that probably the time or the ways, so it will involve many parts. So some of the problems in that to develop partnership tu based on what? Apa masalah besar dia. So because issues is there, either issue yang besar or issue yang kecil. And how do we see the issues besar and kecil, small or big? It also depends on the organization itself. So some people think that not talking to each other is not a problem, and as long as you deliver. So I don't care about the process, but I just want to see the outcome. So that's why I think I can't answer that in the straightforward, but we must look at what is the issues. If you go to my slide about the challenges just now, so each of the issues may be tangible, maybe intangible. So we focus on what we can do at that time. And this is the concept that you make do at that time. What is the most difficult things or challenge? Then we work from there. So I hope that the answer is actually what is the most important at that time. How aggressive? If involve productivity, we must do it fast. If involve safety, harm, so we have to do it fast. But if let's say we want to improve our other areas, maybe we don't need to do it fast. So that's probably my answer, because there's no straight A or B ways of doing that.
Brilliant. All right. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Nora. It seems that we are quite, behind time. As I mentioned this morning, we are behind time. We are 30 minutes behind time, and now this is 12:30. But there are more questions actually. The secretariat will email you for the question, and you can just write to them and answer that questions. And I would like to also convey, I would like to also thank the participants for the questions and concerns, and how we can conclude, or the note that I can I can take from your talk just now, Doctor, that the COVID-19 pandemic has created quite significant effect on mental health crisis, and studies alone, this one I got from my readings. Studies have found that 53% of adults in the US believe worry and stress related to COVID-19 has had a negative impact on their mental health and affect their job performance. So that's why, ladies and gentlemen, why we have Dr. Nora this morning, just to talk to us and expose and give us some insights on the importance of mental health, especially in performing our task in the organization. And from Dr. Nora's talk also, I note that this presents, the situation presents significant challenge for the leaders, especially, not only because it is the responsibility of the leaders to create the condition for people to do their best at work, but because failing to take care of employee or the team members' mental health and well-being can have a ripple effect throughout the whole organization performance. It can create undermining trust, engagement, and psychological safety. The strongest attribute of high-performing teams also can drop or go down then. And through the talk also, we can conclude that we know that when leaders and team members are more mindful, and when they get appropriate exposure on mental health, especially that's why we are here on this platform today, they are less likely to engage in disruptive leadership behaviors. Inshallah. So that's how I conclude things, and hopefully that our fellow audience and participant can also benefit from, which I believe this is a very, very comprehensive presentation from a psychiatry point of view. Very rare for us as administrators, leaders in the in a platform of management, hear from a psychiatry. So thank you once again to the secretariat, especially MSD of IIUM, for bringing in Dr. Nora to be with us today. And it's all about the importance of taking care of mental health, your mental health, not only ourselves but our family, and also our members in the group. So I think we have more questions, Doctor, but we can see it in our Zoom question and answer box as well, and also in the through secretariat inbox as well. But we cannot go further then, because we are going to take our break now, for our next session at 2:30 this afternoon, where we are going to have a forum, the first forum in our webinar today. So thank you once again, Dr. Nora. We are pleased to have you with us today. And you take care, stay safe, inshallah. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we have done with 2 sessions altogether, and we shall stop right here for the lunch break. You are all invited to enjoy your meal at your own workstation. Don't go anywhere, just stay put, and we'll come back on our webinar platform at 2 p.m. So stay safe, and inshallah we'll meet again.
Thank you.
would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating UIAM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown Antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond. And I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this, when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022, and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change the university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agenda such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
We are a place of accomplishment. From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers and records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. UIAM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
We make the world a better place forever. Expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the world for
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating UIAM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenapasi oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown Antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light
change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
Kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond. And I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this, when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022, and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change the university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agendas such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown Antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change the university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agenda such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the G's of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
We are a place of accomplishment. From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers and records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. UIAM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
Together, we make the world a better place. Forever, expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the world.
to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating UIAM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik Kuliah Kejuruteraan dan Kuliah Teknologi Maklumat Komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown Antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change the university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agenda such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects. Through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
We are a place of accomplishments. From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers and records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. UIAM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia, the garden of knowledge and virtue.
Together, we make the world a better place. Forever, expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the world, for all mankind.
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown Antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like. And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating UIAM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown Antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
Kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah satu kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change the university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agenda such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
we are a place of accomplishments. From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers and records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. UIAM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
Together, we make the world a better place. Forever, expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the world, for
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown Antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change the university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IIUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agenda such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the G's of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this, when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022, and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change the university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agenda such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects. Through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the G's of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what the human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying with us. Before the pandemic, ladies and gentlemen, we gather in a seminar we normally serve with the same menu and we talk over lunch. Develop a new network, or to some, they even reunite after new network, or to some, they after new and after many years, yeah, we bump to each and into each other in the seminar hall, yeah, say hi and hello to everyone. But now, the pandemic changed the norm from seminar to webinar, and here we are, yeah, here we are, but still we can develop a new network even though we are not eating in the same dining hall. What you need to do is just to make sure that you have the phone numbers or the email address and start developing the network. On top of things, just make sure, ladies and gentlemen, you stay safe and adhere to the COVID-19 SOP. All right, and let us now move on to our next session. And I am Shahrizat binti Saidul Haj, the Deputy Director of the Kuliah of Engineering, UIAM, will be moderating the session for this afternoon, the forum session for this afternoon, where we have with us the heroes of the public higher learning institution, yeah, sitting on one platform from different corners of the country. All right, so we are having here with us, ladies and gentlemen, Yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Taufik Yap Yun Hing, the Vice Chancellor of UMS. Datuk, can you just wave your hand so that people know who you are? Okay, where you are. There you go. Assalamualaikum, Datuk. How are you?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay. All right. So moving on, we also have here with us Yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Profesor Datuk TH Dr. Nur Azizi Ismail, Vice Chancellor of UMK. Yes, here. That is Dr. Nur Azizi. How are you, Datuk?
Good, Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. So, and last but not least, we have here with us Yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Ahmad Bashawir Haji Abdul Ghani, Vice Chancellor of Universiti Utara Malaysia. There you are. I hope that everyone is okay. You are all in a safe situation and condition, yeah. Alhamdulillah. Okay, now, gentlemen, we are going to discuss on the title, I would say a very, very the title to me is very interesting, yeah. So the title is Success to Significance, yeah. Yeah, it's only a line of phrase, success to significance, but I believe that there's a lot to elaborate, there's a lot to discuss, and inshallah, yeah, as usual, since this is a forum, this is a platform for you not to argue between each other, yeah. You just everyone, no argue, please. Just I believe that everyone has gotten your question, and it is going to be this forum is going to be handled or conducted in 2 rounds. Yeah, 2 rounds, which in each round you are going to be given 10 minutes, yeah, to elaborate each question posted to you, yeah. And then so from the first round we are going to the second round right now. So without further ado, let us move on to our session, ladies and gentlemen. So my brief introduction to this particular what we call it topic, yeah. Success is a very powerful word, yeah. Success, when we talk about success, many of us run behind it. Most of us want to conquer it, want to conquer success. So we want to know what it is all about. And significance, what is about significance? There are sayings that says our souls exist for significance and legacy. Deep down, we all want to know that we have made a difference in somebody's life, and that is significance, as what the saying says, yeah. So success is great, ladies and gentlemen. Significance is lasting. This is what we are going to discuss this afternoon. But before I proceed, let me read to you a brief profile of each and every speaker that are with us, yeah, this afternoon. All right. Now, first and foremost, yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Taufik Yap Yun Hing. Yeah, Datuk Taufik has a long withstanding history as an academician in the field of chemistry since 1993. Right? He is currently serving his town of birth as the Vice Chancellor of the Universiti Malaysia Sabah and a professional technologist. Previously, he was also a recipient of the National Maulidur Rasul Award for his contribution in promoting Islamic harmony, as well as his contribution to research and higher education. Right? In the year 2020, Professor Datuk Taufik is listed as world's top 2% scientist by Stanford University 2020 for the many achievements he made at the national and international levels. Okay, that is Professor Datuk Dr. Taufik Yap Yun Hin. Next one we have with us is yang berbahagia Professor Datuk Technologist Dr. Nur Azizi Ismail. Datuk Dr. Nur Azizi Ismail was appointed as Vice Chancellor of Universiti Malaysia Kelantan since January 2019, aiming to establish UMK as one of the respectable entrepreneurial university in the region. He held numbers of academic administrative posts previously in Universiti Utara Malaysia, but he is now in UMK, and was a Deputy Director General of Higher Education of Ministry of Education Malaysia in 2017 up to 2018. Yeah, 1917. He's not here yet. I don't think so. And his numerous engagement was audience resulted in him listed as LinkedIn Spotlight Malaysia in 2019. All right. So that is yang berbahagia Professor Datuk Dr. Nur Azizi Ismail. Last but not least, right, we have with us yang berbahagia Professor Datuk Ahmad Bashawir Haji Abdul Ghani. All right. Prior to his appointment as Vice Chancellor at the University of Utara Malaysia, Datuk Dr. Ahmad Bashawir has worked in a number of public and private sector organizations in Malaysia and abroad, involving in economic, strategic and business research projects spanning most sectors of the economy. With the huge responsibilities entrusted, he has set a very clear path for UUM to become the Harvard of the East, inshallah, and transition to an internationally focused institution that partners with a range of leading global universities and multinational organizations. So that is our yang berbahagia Professor Datuk Dr. Ahmad Bashawir Haji Abdul Ghani. So welcome all, sit back. We are going to start with our first round. Yeah, okay. So the first round of the forum, okay, the question will go to Professor Datuk Dr. Taufik. Okay, you ready, Datuk? Okay, so
yeah, ready. Yeah.
So I just wanted to test the sound, but by the way, it's just when Dr. Taufik is speaking, then all of us are going to mute ourselves. Yeah, all right. So now this is the platform for Dr. Taufik. So, Prof. The question is, many leadership readings of late talks about moving from success to significance. Yeah, there were sayings that say success is great, as I mentioned just now, significance is lasting. So how do you define success and significance in the context of leaders in the higher learning institution? So you are given 10 minutes from now, Datuk. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Sharizat, as a moderator today, and so my colleague, panelists, Professor Dr. Nur Azizi, as well as Professor Dr. Ahmad Bashawir from UUM. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and salam sejahtera. In my view, in the context of leaders in the higher learning institutions, success is where the leaders were able to steer and also bring everyone in the institution as a team to accomplish a certain aim or purpose of the institutions. And this includes the accomplishment of either the short, medium, or long-term objective of this institution. Perhaps the biggest success of an organization is when it's fully realized its vision and also missions that represent the long-term ultimate target of the institution. The success is a measure by certain indicator, such as amount of the research grant or the award received, or the level of the ranking is achieved by each of these institutions. Hence, to be successful higher learning institution, the leader may strategize or focus on obtaining the highest ranking or accumulate the most award through academic research as well as the publication. Unfortunately, while the academic staff and the university may benefited, the overemphasis on such a success, however, may not benefit the other stakeholders of the university significantly. Here is where the issue of significance becomes relevant. In my opinion, significant is where the higher learning institution leaders were able to project the worthiness or the importance of the institutions to all the stakeholders, especially the students, the parents, staff, and also community, and also the nation. For instance, the higher learning institution will become more significant if their presence is felt by the communities and they benefit the community directly. Hence, as it is imperative for the higher learning institution to be able to nurture the talent of the students to produce graduates who possess creativities and also entrepreneurial skill, which are important, especially in their current challenging economic condition and uncertainty of the future job market. The leader of the higher learning institution should also be engaged with the communities, which include the industries and the state of the alliance, the academic and the research directions, and also objective with the interests of the community and also the nation. This will allow the higher learning institutions to directly involve and contribute to the empowerment of the community, society, and also help the nation to achieve a more comprehensive and also sustainable social economics development and also progress. And the significance of the higher learning institution is also measured by the impact which give to the broader stakeholder through a properly aligned interests of the higher learning institution with the interests of the stakeholder. The greater the impact, the more the higher learning institution is considered as successfully contributing to the progress of the community, society, and also the nation. Thank you.
Okay, so that is from Dr. Dato' Taufik, yeah. So I think very comprehensive definition on success and significance, especially in the context of leaders in the higher learning institution. So moving on to yang berbahagia Professor Dr. Nur Azizi, yeah, the Vice Chancellor of UMK. We are all in the higher learning institution, as mentioned by Prof. Taufik just now, that we are in that particular circle of high institution. And also, we know that success is something that we earned and significance is something that we get. So why moving from success to significance is so important to us all as individuals in the higher learning institution.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Very good afternoon. I think the approach that I will take is that let me share or start by sharing what Jim Collins said in his book, Good to Great. In his book, his team examined more than 1,400 companies over a period of 40 years. And they found 11 companies, great companies that are led by great leaders. And Jim Collins categorized leadership into 5 levels. The first one is what he called highly capable individuals, which we can find many in our universities. The second level is contributing team members, many but probably lesser. And the third one is competent managers, and followed by effective leaders. But what I'm going to focus on is the level 5 of leadership. What makes a leader great or significant? What Jim Collins conclude is that great leaders or significant leaders, they have a combination of a strong will and humility. The key word here is humility. So why great leaders or need to be humble? Because the higher we climb the ladder, the bigger the blind spot would be. So hence leaders need to listen and observe more. They need to be more patient, open and diplomatic, I would say, in their approach. And leadership is also not about leading from the top. To become great and significant leaders, we must also learn to lead from the bottom and also from the side. It is a learning process whereby a wisdom comes, I believe, through experience. When I said leading from the bottom, everyone is a leader, whether you are a lecturer, a head of department, or deans, you still need to lead and communicate with the top. And also with your colleagues, your dean's colleagues, etc. The same goes to the vice chancellors, and even the vice chancellors, we need to communicate well with the board of directors, etc. And in a nutshell, I would say that leadership is about managing relationship. It is about human relations. And this is particularly true in the context of an academic environment, which is very much based on the concept of collegiality. Therefore, I believe managing people and winning the hearts and minds of the people or the followers is an art. It requires knowledge and experience, which is higher than the highest academic qualifications and bigger than the biggest talents. Leaders must continuously seek knowledge. We need to read lots of books. We must learn to listen attentively and empathically and to observe the surroundings. So in simple words, leadership is I would always say that a reciprocal of followership. Next, great or significant leaders also empower people. They build talent and successes, but empowerment alone is not sufficient. It's not enough. It has to come with trust and guidance. And last but not least, I would like to emphasize on the reasons of being, the importance of understanding the purpose of our existence that will help us become a great or significant leaders with values. The purpose that goes beyond the normal KPIs that we academicians often talk about. And we have to realize that, humans are born with being greed, selfish, ego, etc. Though the degree may vary individually. With power, people can easily cross to the dark side. However, we have to remember that power doesn't corrupt anyone. It is people who push positions of power into corruption. So great leaders are different. They are able to control what we call the worldly temptations with humility. That's the key word. So to conclude, I would say that if we understand the reasons, the purpose of our existence, the purpose of being a leader, inshallah, everything will fall into places. KPIs will come naturally. It is not KPI first, but to me, it is understanding of the purpose first, and then comes the KPI. And we will be more, as a leader, we will be more at ease and peace. And I would recommend everyone who aspire to be a leader to read. I would Discover Your True North by Bill George. A simple measure as a leader is if we can go to bed at night and sleep well, I think then we are okay. And to end my short sharing here is that I think in order to be significant, we need to get the fundamental down. We always go back to the basics, because otherwise all the fancy stuff is not going to work. You know, because as a university, what we want, in particular at UMK, we want all the lecturers to understand the responsibility that we have, that we shoulder. You know, it's not about chasing all the KPIs. It is beyond that. You know, we need to bring values to our students, to the community, to the industry, and to the nation. Once we understand that, I think naturally we can, inshallah, be significant. Thank you very much.
Prof, if I may, before I pass the next question to Prof. Datuk Bashawe, could you please explain a little bit more on the attributes of a leader, especially in higher learning education, because you mentioned about being a great leader. A leader should be able to communicate, you know, having leadership is all about human relations, you know, reads a lot, seek knowledge and things like that. So can you brief us in a brief or in your own word on the attribution or the attributes of a leader?
I think as I have mentioned, it is about humility. It's about being humble, because you cannot win the hearts and minds of the people, of the lecturers, of the staff, if you are arrogant, you know. And when I said that, you must be also knowledgeable. You must be seen to work harder. You must be seen to be more knowledgeable, because and you need to get while success always take time, but we also need to have several quick wins to gain the trust and the confidence of the people. And as a leader, we success is not depending on one person. It is about the teamwork, how you want to bring the team together. When I first joined as the Vice Chancellor of UMK, the phrase or the theme of my first speech or amanat is, it is about teamwork. You know, to bring people together to believe in the same mission and vision, and to make people understand the purpose of being a lecturer, or the purpose of us being a human. So if we can understand that, and I believe that the rest will come naturally. I hope that I answer your question.
We still have time to elaborate more, but again, I would like to seek permission from the panel, especially Dr. Ahmad Bashawe, for me to go back to Prof. Taufik. Prof. Taufik, okay. Just now in your when you address us on what is success and what is significance just now, can we just like you to elaborate more here on the, you mentioned about measures by impact to the community, to the nation and the stakeholders being significant. Yeah. So would you please elaborate more on that one, on how a higher learning institution can be seen as significant, you know, especially in the community, around us. What do you say about that?
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam. Okay, so most of us maybe looking at the universities as something which cannot be achieved by the society, basically. So that's why in our work, then we have to focus also to our stakeholder, as I mentioned just now, which is also the people around us. So the people in the state, for example, in Sabah. So UMS have to be shown as something beneficial to the people in Sabah, at least. because this is the only full-fledged university in Sabah. So what we are doing now is actually, we have some project, we have certain things that can contribute and also benefit to the people of the state, especially in the rural area, and also for example, we are working towards working closely with the KKM. So we are helping the state to do this COVID testing, and now we are chosen as one of the PPV of the state to help to enhance, to increase the percentage of the vaccination in the state actually, which is, I think this is the one that we have to look into, whereby the people, the society and the community around us, they know that we are giving we are giving the service to the people and to the state as well. And in fact, the state also looking towards to get what you call it, the advice from our expertise in the campus as well. For example, the request for the advice on the economics of the state, how to enhance the industrial, how to help the people for certain problem that they are facing actually. So this is what I mean, that we have to work out how we have most of this expertise in the campus and how we can help the people outside there. And on top of that, yeah, we are doing all our, KPIs, the work, for example, doing the research. And in fact, we have to tune our research also according to the needs of the state, as well as the budget also to be what I call it, according to the need of the state. Well, so what I'm saying just now is, well, we also publish because we are scholars, we are researchers. At the same time, we're also working for the people of this of the nation. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Taufik. Yeah, and you know, we are going to elaborate more in our second round, inshallah. With I think at the same time we are going to also entertain questions, yeah, from the members of participants. If you have question, you can just, you know, post your question in the question and answer box, and we are going to take it and share it with the rest of the panel. Okay, all right. Now moving on to the next question, which is posted to Yang Berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Ahmad Bashawi Haji Abdul Ghani, Vice Chancellor of UIAM. Yeah. All right, Prof, every person is significant. We talk about the attribute of leader just now, and then we talk about the being significant in the community. Yeah, and but whatever it is in individual. So every person is significance is successful. So that is a saying, right? So what would be to you, the steps to be taken by the leaders in a higher learning institution to achieve success and make a significant difference to achieve the institution aspiration, please?
Thank you, Sharizat. My fellow well-learned colleagues in Professor Datuk Taufik Yap from Universiti Malaysia Sabah and Professor Technologies Datuk Azizi from Universiti Kelantan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good day to all. Let me begin by sharing with all the viewers out there on UIAM most recent achievement. Universiti Malaysia made a huge leap in Times Education Asia University Ranking DT21 released yesterday, when it jumped 2 bands to achieve its first ever top 200 finish. On a personal note, the 2-band leap was really significant and meaningful achievement for all of us here in Universiti Malaysia. Now, there are 6 main factors or attributes or factors contributed to the success of the varsity's jump. 1, there are quality of human resource with employee happiness as a crucial factor, the incorporation of a progressive corporate culture that we are now embarking aggressively, establishing a global UIAM brand known for its quality and trustworthiness, adhering to and upholding the importance of ranking among universities, focusing on its niche area, in our case, business and management, and taking cognizance of the importance of the English language. Now, going back to your question on steps to be taken by the leaders in a higher learning institution to achieve success and make a significant difference to achieve the institution's aspiration. Now, I'll start off by quoting one prominent Chinese philosopher, Lao Tzu, who once famously said that a leader is best when people barely know he exists. When his work is done, his aim fulfilled, they will say, we did it ourselves. This is the art of leadership at its best, the art that conceals art. Now, go back to the question, let's just quickly or briefly revisit the meaning or definition of value-based leadership. Value-based leadership is the idea that leaders should draw upon their own and other values, including those established in the organization for the purpose of direction and motivation. At its core, value-based leadership philosophy asserts that people are mostly motivated by values and live according to these beliefs. There are many principles out there to guide us, but to name a few, there are self-reflection, balance, true self-confidence, genuine humility, and empathy. Now, another renowned leadership guru, I think everybody is fully aware, John Maxwell, once said, when you become more intentional, your life can transform from successful to significant. He went on to propagate that in transformational leadership, transformation breathes with urgency. If not now, when? If not me, then who? Now, this statement by John Maxwell highlighted about transforming our path to a life of significance and learning how to take every obstacle and turn it into an opportunity to grow. Now, great leaders and entrepreneurs go further. They have attained significance, the level beyond success. Those who have achieved it, such as Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, Warren Buffett, have done so not by following the traditional playbooks, but by adhering to a surprising set of rules. Dan Clark, author of The Art of Significance, Achieving the Level Beyond Success, has listed or outlined 12 rules, and I would like to share a few of them that I find most interesting. Number one, practice perseverance instead of patience. Now, those who are patient and willing to wait for the time that good things will come are left in the dust by those who are persistently discontented in their efforts to perpetually go higher and achieve more. Number two, proactively stretch instead of change. As an entrepreneur, many are content to push themselves to the point of being impressive, but too few are willing to risk all to delve into a level that does not exist or is entirely unknown. Consider Grab, for example, or Uber, for that matter, or the SpaceX program being developed by Elon Musk. Now, this trait is consistent among those who rise above success to significance. Third, experience harmony instead of forcing balance. According to Clark, as we attempt a work-life balance, we juggle the balls of self, family, job, and belief. But instead of juggling, we should strive to find harmonic balance. Learn to release every note within the symphony that only you can create. Now, in the case of UIAM, I've duly endeared all UIAM denizens to the ideals of Sustainable Development Goals, or SDG, in the hope that UIAM will not just become another institution that is out of touch surrounding and communities. For example, our student staff have been actively engaging the community with various socio-economic projects, such as at the Kubang Pasir Street in Kedah. Now, as you are aware, there are many paradoxes in leadership beliefs, such as those who believe that one is born as a leader versus one who is molded into a leader, or one who should be at the front versus one that leads from the shadow, or it could be one who is a traditionalist versus one who is a modernist and tech-savvy, and many other paradoxes. So those of us who seek to understand this situation by reading from a myriad of literatures will inevitably be frustrated and disappointed, because leadership is an art. It is subjective and not a science that can be measured precisely. Now, Michael Shinich was the longest serving dean at the Division of Continuing Education and University Extension at Harvard University, stated that leadership is an art, not a science. There are no hard or fast rules about it. Now, on a personal note, I believe that leaders are not born, but evolve into that role. Successful and well-respected leaders such as Tim Cook, Bob Iger, Jeff Bezos, and Marissa Mayer, to name a few. These well-known CEOs who successfully turned success into significance may seem anything but the type to disappear into the background. While the aforementioned individuals seem to be center stage during company announcements and major releases, that is about the only time you see or hear from them. What makes these leaders and others like them so influential and successful is their ability to encourage and inspire outstanding work in their employees without taking any credit for themselves, finding pure satisfaction in the success of their team members, the company, and brand. I think I will end my first round of presentation by quoting another one well-known African proverb, and it goes like this: if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. So I personally find this proverb very meaningful and relevant in my quest to translate Institute of Malaysia's success in significance, and we are doing it as a team. Thank you. Sharon.
Indeed, Prof. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think all three panel has, I think, managed to relate one question or answer to another question, and now we elaborate more on the function of the leader. But then, Prof. Bashawi, you mentioned about transformational leadership just now. Okay, if I may ask you to maybe elaborate it more, because as far as I'm concerned, transformational leadership is a leadership style in which leaders should encourage, inspire, and motivate the team members, right? Okay, so meaning when a leader encourage and motivate, and inspire, they should be able to communicate, which just now Prof. Azizi mentioned about human relation, having the soft touch, and having the relation, a close relation to the their team members. But at the same time, I also went through the example of transformation leadership, which says that transformational leaders are sometimes called quiet leaders. Kan? So they are the ones who led by example. Yeah, of course. So meaning, being the follower, we can, just by seeing them, then we are just motivated and inspired just by seeing them, because they are somehow quiet leaders. So what do you have to say on that one, please, Prof?
I think it's important. I think I've already explained in detail what I mean by transformational leadership earlier on. Yeah, you're quite right in saying that, as I said earlier on, and I quote Dan Clark, the author of The Art of Significance, yeah, and I've listed 3 out of 12 rules that leaders should have. No, don't claim credit whatever that we have done or whatever the organization has achieved. It's all about teamwork, and I think you got to practice perseverance, instead of patience. You got to be proactively stretch, instead of change, and then experience and practice harmony instead of forcing balance. So these are the 3, that I would find most interesting as far as the transformational leadership are concerned, Shahrizad.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Right, so seems that all of you has spoken for the first round, and as I mentioned to the members of the participant that you are encouraged and you can now post your questions, and we are going to entertain your question even though that we are still in the session. Yeah, so I mean you don't have to wait until the end of the session to post your question. By the way, before we move on to the second round, we have a question already now. If we can just read out the question. This questions comes from IIUM and also UMS, and I think I would like to have all of the panel to answer the question or to respond to this question. There are 2 questions here. Okay, first question from Dr. Ma'an, Associate Professor Dr. Ma'an, the Deputy Dean of Academic Affairs of the Kuliah of Engineering in IIUM. So Dr. Ma'an says here, should IHL, higher learning institution or institution of higher learning, IHL, play a role in changing attitudes and behaviors of the society in large, or is this considered significant? Or how can this be achieved? And how can this be achieved? So let us have Dr. or Prof. Taufik to answer first, and moving on to Prof. Azizi, and last but not least, Prof. Bashawi for the first question, please.
So thank you very much. Thank you for the question from Dr. Ma'an from IUM. Well, whether the higher learning institution can change the attitude of the society. Is it?
Okay, the question is, should IHL play a role in changing attitudes and behaviors of the society in large? We are talking about community just now. So
Yeah, I think so. That is the question. Well, I think so. We know that the institution, our higher learning institution, is something where the knowledge is there, and we have so many experts, and also so-called the expert is there, and then this is what the university or the higher learning institution can play a role to change the attitude of the people. Well, if the attitude is not right among the people or among the community, I think this is where the role of the institution, of the higher institution, to change or to train the people so that they can have a proper attitude towards a proper ways, a proper way of thinking, a proper way of working actually. So I think this have been done before actually, and they should be continued for the future. Thank you. But maybe I can say that it's not an easy task actually.
Yeah.
It's not an easy task because you cannot change everyone at 1 second actually. It's going to take some time.
Exactly. Okay, so what say you, Prof. Azizi?
I would say yes, definitely. That is part of the role of university to change the people mindsets based on the scientific research and approaches. like in UMK, I can share with you that we have a significant COE or Center of Excellence that in charge of trying to alleviate the poverty issues in Kelantan, and not only in Kelantan but throughout Malaysia, basically. And part of the main agenda is that to change the mindset, because when we are talking about poverty, it is not about you are lacking in terms of the financial. It is also about the lack of the social and other dimensions. So it is very, very important. And the same goes to, if you look at from the economic perspective, Malaysia is still trapped in the middle income. We have yet to move from the high middle income to the developed nation, and part of it is the decline in the productivity, which very much relate to the innovation aspect. And innovation is also relate back, we can relate back to the attitude and the behavior of the people, of the workers. So I believe that that is very, very important, and we are trying to do that at UMK, which we will soon launch what we call the Ignite Innovation Lab at UMK. You know, not only to make our students more innovative, but we will extend that out to the community as well. So I think it is, yes, my answer, it is very significant. It is part of our role of the university. Thank you.
But Prof. Azizi, just now Prof. Taufik mentioned about, you know, changing attitudes, especially changing the attitudes and the behaviors of the society at large is not an easy task. So how do you explain that?
Of course, it is not easy, but it is not impossible as well. It is possible. We just need to be patient, because change can happen when the right things, I would say, in a quote and unquote, the right things become a norm. And to become a norm, you need to go through a process. One is become a norm, then it becomes a culture. So that is a process. It is not easy, but it is possible as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Moving on to Prof. Bashawir, but before that, congratulations, UUM, on the recent achievement you mentioned just now. So what say you on the question again, on the role of changing attitudes and behaviors of the society in large?
Yes, as a matter of fact, universities have been playing this role for ages. If you look at Harvard University, Cambridge, or even in the context of Malaysia, you see Malaya, UMK, UKM and whatnot, you see the economic development of the respective districts where they are located are significantly contributed by the establishment of the university itself. Now, one classic example in this particular case is Utara Malaysia, which is located in the far north, in a small town called Sinto. I'm not sure whether everybody have been there. You look at the development that's taking place, in that particular area over the last 30 years is impressive. So these are the kind of the role that university plays over the years, and I'm sure people or communities around Sinto, even within the localities, appreciate very much the role that university plays in the development of their well-being. Thank you.
All right. Okay, Sinto is the live evidence there, Prof. Okay. We are having questions that keep on coming now, but I think I would like to entertain one more question for this round, or maybe another one, two more questions for this round before we go to the second round of our discussion. So this one is from UMS. Okay, this question is from Dr. Sylvia Daim. Yeah, so this is from UMS. she mentioned here that she totally agree with all that you have said, especially Prof. Azizi here. Yeah? However, would you agree that humility is chronically lacking among authorities whose decisions affect the daily life of everyone in this country, including those in academia? So this one, I think all of you got to answer this question, and we go first to Dr. Prof. Bashawe. What say you on this one?
Well, it's a very generic question. We all human beings. How do we measure whether someone is humble or not? It's, honesty. How do we measure honesty? It all depends on the interaction, that one is having with one another. I think, but on the issue of humility, I think, in my personal opinion, everyone, regardless of their race, religion, and also, institution, whatever person they hold, humility is key. I think all of us, all the three panelists, as have said it many times in their earlier presentation, humility is key, in order to prop up or beef up, the organization that they lead. I think that's key. Whether or not one practice it, that's a different story. I think where you can't blame, because by citing one incident, one isolated incident, then people start to say that everyone in Malaysia is having so-called deteriorating or deteriorates in the humility. I mean, you can't do that. I mean, you got to be very sensible and look at some other countries as well. Look at what's happening in Palestine, for example. Look at what's happening in the Far East, for example. So I think the issue of humility is a very generic. It depends on an individual. How do we react, and also how do we communicate, interact with one another? Thank you.
Yeah, okay. And I think Dr. Bashawe, you mentioned about being humble and whatnot. This goes to the first, the question that I posted to Prof. Azizi just now about the attributes. And maybe you can elaborate more by giving examples or sort of this one to answer the question, Prof. Azizi.
Okay, I think there are some. I'm trying to find the correct words to say it, but some of the practices in Malaysia, we still follow the colonials probably era in a way. And for example, at UMK, I've told the security officers, for example, when the vice chancellors go into the campus, do not salute. Kalau tak, dia dah tabik je kan. I think you don't have to do that. And when there's an event which involves the vice chancellor, you don't need to announce the arrival. We will be there. I think that is the simple act that we can try to implement, and it has been implemented in many other universities. You don't have to go far. You just go to National University of Singapore. Even the president will arrive earlier than the participants. So that is the kind of small acts that we can try to practice. And whenever you go through the gate, give a few drinks, nasi bungkus ke apa ke. I think that those simple acts, people will respect you more by doing that. And another act of humility is that we need to listen more, to accept criticism. It's not easy, to be honest, when people criticize you, but by listening attentively and empathically, I think we'll be more humble, and hopefully that will help us become a good leader. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Prof. Azizi. Indeed, listening skill. There's another one skill that I think, another attribute that every leader should have. Yeah. Okay. And moving on to Prof. Taufik. So this is from UMS. Actually, the questions coming from UMS. And again, if I may just read the questions once again for you. Yeah. This is about humility. Yeah, which humility is chronically lacking among authorities whose decisions affect the daily life of everyone in this country, including those in academia. So please, Prof. Taufik.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sylvia. I know her actually. I just want to conclude in three simple words actually. One is respect. The second one is accept. The third one is celebrate. Actually, all are born differently, so we have to respect each other, to accept differences, and to celebrate the differences. That's it. Thank you.
So the key word is respect, yeah, Prof. Taufik. So, okay, Dr. Sylvia, if you need more explanation, just knock your VC's door.
Just come to see me.
All right. Okay. So let's go now to the second round of our session. Yeah. It seems that questions keep on coming in, as I mentioned. The members of the floor can just write down your question, your insights or opinions, what have you, just to share with the panelists. Yeah. But then we will go to the second round, because these are all what we need to know from the panelists. Then afterwards, we are going to again entertain your questions. All right. Now we go first to Prof. Dr. Taufik. Okay, this time, Prof, we are talking about the limitation of achieving success. Yeah, consider that we have the limitation in that. So what would it be? What would be the main initiative to make the higher learning institution significant with the limitation to achieve success? Yeah? So to be exact, in this scenario, in cultivating its aspiration to the future generation. Please, Prof. Taufik.
Thank you, Madam. Higher learning institution used to be known as an ivory tower. I'm another gading, where universities are the place for the student to acquire knowledge and the skills through their formal educations, and also prepare them to become the agent of change, who will benefit not only their family, the community, as well as the state and the nation as a whole. So universities are also considered as a place where the best brain of the population will gather. Thus, this will allow the knowledge to flourish, to expand, and also to develop through academic and also research activities. So the environment there is very important to build up the mind and also the knowledge itself. More important is where they gain more experience actually, to build up the confidence. Now we can see that the landscape of the higher learning has changed dramatically, and tertiary education have evolved into more like a commercial, a profit-oriented industry, with hundreds of higher learning institutions which have been established to cater the demand of the students. Not only the local, but also we are looking forward to have the international student hub in Malaysia. Consequently, the competitions among the university and also the higher learning institution has become intensified to attract especially the quality students and also lecturers. Indeed, the focus on the university ranking is the culminations of the university effort to remain competitive and to maintain the competitive advantages. Higher learning institutions are facing financial challenges and also sustainability in the form of rising operational costs, lower revenues, and reduced funding, as what we can see for the past few years. And in fact, these 2 years is very critical for our country, because the COVID-19 pandemic. So the budget for the university have been cut, some of them very significantly. And there is also high expectation from the stakeholders, especially the parents, that the students will secure good job after graduation, or in fact, the student themselves, they're looking for what you call it, a permanent job or office job, something like that. Of course, when the business and economic conditions are less favorable, such expectation would be challenged, to be a challenge for university to meet when the job opportunity are lowered, reduced, then the number of graduates produced in the university also increase. So therefore, in my opinion, the main initiative to make the higher learning institutions more significant, especially for the future generation, is by reverting the main rule and also core business of this higher learning institution. So these higher learning institutions should revert back to the original rule of providing the knowledge and also become the catalyst for change by producing graduates who are resourceful, holistic, and dynamic in their thinking and also approach. The higher learning institution curriculum should not only merely focus on the theoretical aspect, but also able to identify and nurture the students' talents and also develop the soft skill as well as the entrepreneurial skills. This is very important. So it's not only studies on the theoretical part and also some of the skill which can be trained and also can be upskilling their skill actually. And this is consistent with the effort to produce a graduate who will become a job creator rather than a job seeker after the graduation. Acknowledging that the presence of the generation of students comprises of the millennials and also the Gen Z, who are primarily tech savvy, so the teaching and also learning TNL delivery should also be improvised by the incorporating the ICT elements, such as the use of the multimedia's presentation or as opposed to the traditional lectures. And this will also require the lecturers to be more creative and also innovative in the teaching and also learning delivery to attract more students. Maybe some classes or lectures can use gaming to introduce some of the subject for the students as well, because we can know that this is more attractive to the students, to the youngsters especially. The higher learning institution should provide more conducive environment for the student to studies, enjoy the campus life. Such experience will create more sense of belonging for the students to the alma mater, which will certainly benefit the institutions in future in form of returning and contributing alumni. With regards of the research and so development R&D, the higher learning institutions should also align their research interests with the interests of the community and also the nation, the society basically. So this is what I'm saying, the impact for the people and the society. The impact of the R&D activity should not be measured only by contributing to the high impact publication. This is not only solely, on the publication, but which mainly serve the interest of the researcher, but also how the R&D benefited the community, which also include the industries and also the nation. Higher learning institutions should also provide conducive R&D ecosystem, especially for the researchers and also the postgraduate students, including by facilitating the R&D activity, so reducing the red tapes, and also encouraging the commercialization of the research product. So with the number of higher learning institutions currently amounting to several hundreds, I think during this pandemic also, they are suffering a lot. Some of them may close down because of the intake of students reduced significantly. It's probably sensible that the higher education industry is consolidated to reduce existing numbers and the type of higher learning institution into a rather optimum number to improve especially the quality and also the sustainability of this institution. So the consolidation will also enable the higher education's authority to monitor and also effectively plan the future of direction of the higher learning industry in Malaysia. Thank you very much.
Okay, Prof, thank you very much. But when you did mention, yeah, when you talk about the skill, you mentioned about entrepreneurship skill, yeah, to be embedded in the courses or to be taught to the future generation who is now in the on campus, yeah, or who is now going through the programs or courses in the higher learning institution. So do you think that the entrepreneurship skill, yeah, can be embedded in all courses in the university, or is there any limitation to do that?
Yeah, yes, maybe not all courses. We can embed this entrepreneurial skill because some of them is very theoretical and some of them are very scientifically. And in fact, special courses, especially for those who are in the final years and in the third year, we can do some program which is upskilling and reskilling them so that they have this, the interest to build, to have the awareness that the importance of the entrepreneurship in the students themselves, so that in future they can using their own knowledge and also their degree to build up this skill where they learn during the university and have the business in their future.
And Prof, one more. You did mention about also the sense of belongings to the institution. So how do you think we can develop the sense of belonging to the institution in this era of pandemic, when the students are not even on campus, they are all at home?
This is the problem. It's our first time that the student, in fact, most of the first year students, they haven't gone to, go to the university, in fact. So this is challenging actually. They don't feel that the university, they don't feel that because they've never been to the university. In fact, even though the classes would carry on online, well, we do hope that one day when the pandemic is gone, then the students can come to the university, can they feel that they feel that the belonging of this university to themselves, and they can help the university in future when they become a rich person or whatever, they can contribute back to the society basically.
Inshallah. All right. Yeah, thank you, Prof. Taufik. Okay, now moving on to Prof. Dr. Nur Azizi. Okay, the question to you now is, the key to success is to say yes to the significant things in your life. Okay, based on your experience being in a notable public universities in Malaysia as a student back then in early 1990s, kan? And now you are a leader in a university, also public university. So how do you choose the significant elements, especially in the challenging situation in the organization?
Okay, thank you. First, we need to understand that success takes time and whatnot with limited resources that we are facing now financially, yes. And it is about putting the right priority at the right time. But we are also pressured to produce several quick wins to gain the trust and confidence of the people. Not only the people, but those bureaucrats at the MOHI, your board of directors as well. And another challenge is how to sustain once we have achieved the success. So leadership it is a journey, and along the journey we will face a lot of challenges, hundreds of questions to answer, hundreds of tough decisions to make, and a lot of options to consider. So how do we prioritize when we are drowned with loads of information, the facts, figures, strategies, etc.? I would say, based on my experience, that intuition or the common sense helps in most cases. It may sound easy, but it is not. You know, while common sense comes from the heart, but in order for the common sense to make sense, or to make any sense, leaders must have knowledge and experience and purpose. And importantly, I believe that significant leaders they have a pure heart and soul. And as Gandhi said, great leaders, you know, the mind, the heart, and the soul of the great leaders are in harmony, then it will work. So, so having said that, I believe that great and significant leaders must have sound knowledge in almost everything. You must learn about the management, the HR, information technology, marketing, finance, etc. I would say good enough to ask the right questions at the right time and at the right place. So you must well versed in many things, and it is not easy. You must lead by example. I have said that. You must read more and work harder than your followers. And you must learn, ready to learn, to unlearn, and relearn fast. As Jim Collins said, great leaders are also paradox. They also dare to be different, to come up with crazy ideas, to be significant. And actually, I learned a lot from the former Minister of Higher Education, Datuk Sri Idris Jusu, when I was at the MOHI as a Deputy DG. Datuk Sri Idris is a very hardworking person, an avid reader, a fast learner, I would say, and someone who is always hunger for knowledge. And a few great leaders that I know also, they are easily forgive, forget, and move on. They have big hearts and always look for values, the bigger agenda. I would like to give one example of Datuk Sri Idris. In one trip to Istanbul, Turkey, we had a chance to have a lunch discussion for 2 hours from one expert in Wakaf, who happened to be my good friend. And at night, he asked me to call that professor again. And we had another discussion, a 4 hours long discussion until 12 o'clock in the morning. And I can see that he listened very attentively, taking notes, asking questions, etc. And that is just one example. There are many other examples when he asked me to call someone who are expert in certain areas. So the willingness to learn is there. And last but not least, I would also say that leadership is also about the management of compromise. Leaders we often face a dilemma between making the best versus the right decision, which always depend on the context and scenario. It is not as simple as choosing between black or white. It goes back to the purpose or the reasons of being I have mentioned in the first round. And to end this, I would like to share a quote from John Maxwell. And he said, a great or significant leader is the one who knows the way, goes all the way, and shows the way. So thank you. Allahu Alam.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Azizi. Actually, I have a question to ask you, but since time is running out quite fast now, so we go to Dr. Ahmad Bashar, Prof. Dato Ahmad Bashawi first, yeah, for the question. I mean, for the question for this round, yeah. So, Dato. You don't have to become a tycoon in the market or industry and make millions of ringgits or get recognitions to live a life of significance. Okay, so that's a statement. All you have to do is to drive your team with the right values and share the resources you now have, whatever resources. Yeah. How do you think this is relevant in the operation of the Malaysian higher learning institution?
Sure. Let me relate your question to UIAM personal experience in dealing with COVID-19. I think just like any other institution of higher learning in Malaysia or even abroad for that matter, COVID-19 took the world by storm. No one is spared for that matter. So in the case of UC Utara Malaysia, now the moment COVID-19 hit us, I think, you're not mistaken, March, somewhere March last year, 2020. I quickly took responsibility in steering the university on a recovery path that is both pragmatic and sustainable. Now, it is basically a multi-pronged strategy. Number one, what I did was to get the whole university denizens to accept, and appreciate that change is going to happen due to this pandemic. It will change your life forever. It's not going to be the same again. It's not going to be the same again. We must learn to live with the new normal in our daily activities, such as the wearing of masks and physical distancing. For that matter, that's what we are practicing up until now. Secondly, I quickly put in place contingency plans and assign relevant departments to the task. The activation of our disaster management committee or Jawatan Kuasa Bencana in Bahasa Melayu at the very onset of the pandemic is a clear testimony of our continuous preparedness. Now, thirdly, I made it a point to efficiently disseminate pertinent information, educate and engage the entire denizens. Lastly, I initiated a two-way communication procedure that can better provide real-time development of operation. Now, in the case of university as well, Universiti Malaysia, UIAM brand is very important indeed. This is another issue, apart from COVID-19. UIAM brand is very important indeed. Now, we wish to establish a global brand that is well known for its quality and trustworthiness. This is our long-term objective. Although there are doubts and questions raised about the issue of university rankings, but I believe that there are benefits to begin from it. Now, if you remember in 2019, the Malaysian Public University Vice Chancellors and Rectors Committee published a joint statement that university ranking is not just a number, but also a responsibility to all. Now, this statement goes to show that in creating a value product with a global brand image, in the case of UIAM, one must be acknowledged to possess the quality and trustworthiness by peers and industry alike. Michael Porter, the great management guru of all time, in his book, Competitive Advantage, published in 1985, almost 2 decades or maybe 3 decades ago, I explained that a value chain is a collection of activities that are performed by a company to create value for its customers. He asked the question, how does your organization create value? Now, the focus is to change business inputs into business outputs in such a way that they have a greater value than the original cost of creating those outputs. The more value an organization creates, the more profitable it is likely to be. When you provide more value to your customers, you build competitive advantage. Now, the way in which value chain activities are performed determines cost and affects profit So at UUM, I strive to put into effect the model and associated activities. It is still too early because we're still young. We are barely 35 years old university. To see the results. But the signs are very encouraging indeed. We have made significant movements in our fiscal budget. Progressive promotion and reward systems were introduced, and since then, morale of the staff have improved and positively affecting the efficiency of the teaching and learning program. Now, make no mistake about it, the future for higher education is also going to be even more dynamic and fluid. There are a number of proactive and well-thought plans being mooted by education strategists in mitigating the evolving situation. And some of us are already discussing the concept of outsourced university. This public-private partnership benefits the campus community. And then I also look forward to work with my colleagues and further enhance our collaboration strategy at UM by focusing on the following 3 areas. Number 1, identifying areas of collaboration, structuring potential partnership opportunities, and sustaining the benefits of partnership. Now, the traditional model of trying to do everything in seclusion is something that you will have to let go of. I believe that the future is going to be more challenging, and collaboration is the way forward, where it will be much more beneficial, whether there is true industry partnerships, linking up with other higher education providers, or through working with various NGOs. Now, in this regard, I aspire to lead UUM into becoming a world-class higher institution that is associated with high-quality research, copyright, and commercialization. But at the same time, also, I've got to make sure that the whole of UUM citizens are fully aware of the change that is going to take place, and it will take place now and so in the future. Thank you.
Prof, you are talking about all these what we call it methods or steps taken by UM in the context of pandemic right now, are you?
Yes, precisely.
Okay. When talking about the you talk about the identifying of collaboration between UUM and the industry or the community or not. So how do you think? Because I would say that we are talking now in a limited resources that we have. Okay, in the pandemic era.
Sure.
How do you think that you can make it significant, or in this situation?
That's exactly, as I said earlier on, brand is very important. UM has got already an established brand, so we should leverage on that brand to work closely with the industry for that matter. Now is the time for everyone, to work closely, to collaborate. You can't go alone. In the world of imperfect options, going alone is no more an option. Collaboration is the only way forward, whether you want to with your fellow universities or with industries for that matter. And COVID-19 has not only affected institutions of higher learning, it also affects other industries as well. So if talking about resources, I'm pretty sure industries also are facing the same issue. Layoff is taking place everywhere now in the world. Airline industry, tourism industry, hotel industry, for that, even the banking industry for that matter. They are laying off in thousands, not a small number. So this is the time where we've got to reset, and work closely with each other.
Right.
Thanks.
Okay, so meaning to say that we have to work hand in hand nowadays.
Yes,
We have to collaborate. All right, now.
And we'll definitely add value to it. It will definitely add value to it, yes.
Yeah, we are talking about, again, ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about value-based leaderships and value-based performance. And thank you for reminding us on that, Prof. Yeah. Okay, now we have done with the with 2 rounds of question and answer in this forum. But now I think this is a time for us to move on to entertain questions from our participants. Yeah. So according to the secretariat here, who is compiling all the questions, we have in front of me now I have 3 pages of questions, okay, to address to all of the panelists. But before that, let us go through to the first question. Yeah. So this question we are going to I don't know, maybe we go through to each and every one to answer the question, or you want to you want to volunteer to answer that. How do you want me to how do you want the forum to be conducted now? Because we have like time, we have like another 20 minutes, not more than that, okay, for the time. And the questions here is more than, we have like apa?
More than 10.
Is more than 10 questions. Yeah. So can I just read the question, and if you feel like answering it, you can just, or you still want me to address to whom should the question be posted to?
Better you address the code.
Okay, I address it.
How much time do we have?
20 minutes. 20 minutes. 20 minutes, bro.
Okay, all right.
Ataupun I'll be the teacher, you'll be the you'll be the student. Okay, now. All right. So we have, let me just read through one question first. The first question, okay, this is from Tuan Haji Samsul Amri. This is from the industry, yeah. So the first question, Tuan Haji Samsul has 3 questions. Okay, the first one is, kindly elaborate a bit more on inclusive leadership in the context of our local scenario. So this one, I think, would like to have Prof. Taufik to answer that. Okay, and the second question is, comments on leading during digital era. Okay, Cik Samsul, Tuan Haji Samsul asks us, asks the panelists to comment on leading, right? Is it leading or reading? Leading, yeah. Okay, comments on leading. I think this is comments on leadership. How are we going to conduct our organization or lead our organization during digital era? Maybe Prof. Azizi could answer this. And last but not least is comments on leading during crisis and trying times. This one I would prefer Prof. Bashawi to answer. And in fact, I think some of the some of the notes has been delivered by Prof. Bashawi just now, but why not? Yeah. So we have like 3 questions. Okay, we go to Prof. Taufik first for the inclusive leadership in the context of local scenario, please, Prof.
Thank you very much. Well, I would say actually university is for everybody. So, well, if Asia have everyone can fly, I can say that university is everyone can study in the university now. Why? You know why? Because so we want to have more students from a different background and also different achievement whereby which included these adult working students to be join the university to gain more knowledge, to get this certificate, to get the degree, so that we can have more opportunity, open more opportunity for all the students. Well, this is the first one. The second one is we also encourage this inclusiveness of the OKU, which is the disabled students, so that they are capable, they can study in the university as well, beside they have certain disadvantage for them. Well, the university will have to provide the facilities for them. Right. On the what do you call it, the inclusiveness for more students to study in the university. Well, we are opening the university for all type of students, not only for the exam level, SPM or STPM, whatever, but also for those who are not capable, who are not having the opportunity to enter university in the first place. Well, maybe during the early stage or early age, they don't have the opportunity to go to the university. Now we are opening for them, because we have this, what they call it, different type of what they call it, qualification for them to go through. I mean, the working experience also can be considered as part of the entering requirement in the university. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. And moving on to Prof. Azizi on the comments on leading during digital era.
I would say that first, the leaders must be comfortable with IT. Leaders need to have some knowledge with IT, and that is very important, you know, because anyway, you need to lead by example. You need to make yourself comfortable before you can ask others to be comfortable with it. That is one. And second, why we need to have sound knowledge on IT, because at the end of the day, for example, during this pandemic, we need to somehow upgrade the infra and infrastructure of the university, you know, the IT facilities, etc. So as with limited resources that we are facing now, we need to make a right decision, right investment decision. So it is very, very important. And I would say that UMK is facing, because we are lagging behind when it comes to IT facilities, the broadband and the speed is very limited compared to other public universities. So we need to make a fast decision to invest, and then we need to cut down the budget for other things. So it comes back to which priority that we need to make. But Alhamdulillah, with you know, proper teamwork led by this director of ICT, or CCI, we call it in UMK, we managed to invest on the right facilities at the minimum amount of investment, and that is good. So without sound knowledge in ICT, then it is more difficult for leaders to make the right decisions and to convince the board of directors, you know. That then I would say that IT is the future. It's not the future. It is been the key elements of any organization for the past 10 or 15 years. Whether you in whatever sectors that you are in, you cannot avoid from adapting to the technology. It will continuously be like that. So that's what I can say, or I can share at this moment. Thank you.
Azizi. Prof. Bashawe, you have what say you on the comments on leading during crisis and trying times?
Sure. I think every organization, for that matter, has gone through different crises, you know, at various levels. Even country, for that matter, have gone through various crises over the years. Malaysia is not spared. We have gone through crisis after crisis, you know, financial crisis, recession, and whatnot. I think during the crisis, what is important, number one, the leader should be able to anticipate. That is what scenario planning is all about. We every organization, I'm sure, have got strategic planning in place. But strategic planning is not something that is cast in stone, which you must follow strictly and should not be, improvised or for that matter. So scenario planning is key in every strategic management models for every organization. So we should be able to anticipate, or predicting what lies ahead. That's number one. Number two, leaders should be able to navigate well with calm and humility. Number three, communicate well. This is also another important aspect of a good leader in managing crisis. Communicate well and communicate often. Listen, buy in the comments and criticisms, and also even constructive ideas from your colleagues and even your subordinates. Learn. Everyone is learning. Learning is about it's a learning experience for everyone. So leaders should also learn. They should not make ourselves, although we are being a leader, we feel that being boss is not about being bossy. It's about adding value, and then also must lead, improve yourself to elevate others. So these are the things that I feel that during crisis, there are some leadership skills that one must have, throughout, whenever he or she manage an organization. Thanks, Sharizat.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Prof. Bashawi, for the answer. Now we go through the questions that we tapped from the YouTube. Yeah, all questions. If I am given the opportunity, or I'm given the option, I would like to address all the questions, because all are significant. All right, so the first one, we go one by one. So the first one here is from Professor Technologist Dr. Salmiah Kasolang from UITM. It seems that she wants all the speakers to address this. Dear honorable speakers, based on your long year of services, which are the important 3 characteristics in leaders in leading a successful IHL? Your own experience, please. Thank you. So we go to Dr. Taufik, then followed by Dr. Azizi, then Dr. Bashawi. Can we do that?
Sure.
And each one are given 2 minutes each.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think I can only give you 2 is enough. One is to listen, a good listener actually, because you're working with a different level of what they call it staff, from the lecturer, from the professor, as well as from the general staff. In fact, they may look at the university leadership as a different level. So I think the best is we have to listen to all levels. The second one is the wisdom, hikmah. So you have to have certain wisdom in order to make a good decision. Well, the good decision is not only for us, not only for the certain level of staff, but also for the whole, for the whole general university level, actually. Thank you.
Prof. Azizi?
Okay, thank you. I give a very short answer. Okay, because I'm not sure of the right ingredients, because everything is always depends on things. But to me, just be yourself. You need to be positive all the time. Of course, there are downtime, but you need to, get back and move on. And importantly, you must keep on working, keep on believing, because at the end of the day, as a human or the servant of God, our role is to give our best within our capacity and capability, and leave the rest to God. And I think that's the probably the formula that I have been using all this while. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Prof. Azizi. Next, Prof. Bashawi.
Thank you. I think literature on attributes of a good leadership is abound. There's a myriad of definition around, isn't it? Different people view it from different perspective. Now, in my personal opinion, there are two key elements of a good leader. Number one is added value. You know, being a boss is not about being bossy. It's about adding value. If you can't add value, better remove yourself. As simple as that. Number two, inclusivity. Right? The leaders who are aware of their own biases and preferences actively seek out and consider different views and perspectives to inform better decision making. So this is my quick response to your question.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Prof. Bashawe. So all three has given their opinion, and all are different actually. So back again, everything must be seen in a different angle. All right. Okay. Now, moving on to another question. Yeah, this is from UMK, but UMK, I think you can just knock the door of your VC. Yeah. So this one
Saya tak payah jawab lah. I don't have to answer.
Tak payah. Tapi tak apa. We give the priority to both Prof. Bashawe and also Prof. Taufik. Okay, the question is, value-based leadership is something that is good to talk about, but very difficult to be implemented effectively, since human beings come from various backgrounds and ambitions. We talk about it earlier, right? About the different perspective and whatnot. What are the best principles and steps to be followed? I mean, based on your experience, Prof. Taufik and Prof. Bashawe. Maybe
I will let Prof. Taufik. Okay, I'll let Prof. Taufik go first.
You first. Dr. Bashawe, you first.
I think it relates to my earlier presentation, I guess. Yeah, leadership is something that is doable. I think to me the keyword is doable. You know, everyone is can. Some of them are born to be a leader. Some of them can be molded to become a leader. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be quick. But I guess, as I said, if you have a clear frame of mind, you can accept criticism, constructive criticism for that matter. I think you'll be all right. So if you look at the history of human mankind, every single of us who was born from Napoleon Bonaparte even until now, I've gone through various crises after crisis. So that's what makes a leader so great. They've gone through these phases before. So I guess what one leader must always remember is that accept criticism, and move on. And if it is sensible, then you can always incorporate that criticism into the way that you lead your organization.
All right. So that is from Prof. Bashawe. What about you, Prof. Taufik?
Okay, thank you. So I just want to say a very short one. A leader should walk the talk. So normally we have strategic planning, whatever, we have this vision, and when you say you have to achieve certain things, you have to achieve, well, we have to show as good example. That's why I'm saying that we have to walk the talk. Thank you.
Okay, can I also say something?
Yeah, okay, please.
Sebab UMK kena jawab jugalah. I think it goes back to the purpose and the reasons of being, and which I have mentioned earlier. And I would like to quote what Steve Jobs said. Being the richest man in the cemetery doesn't matter to me. Going to bed at night saying I have done something wonderful, that's what matters to me. So in the context of academic, you need to ask yourself, what type of values or wonderful things that you want to do. Is it being the best teachers that teach the student, being the best researchers, being the best writers, or the one that give values, impact to the community. So that's what it is all about. There's no one single answer to that. I think it goes back to your heart, to your soul, and to your mind. That need to be in harmony, as I said earlier. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Prof. Azizi. Actually, we have another. How long do we have now? Actually, the time's up according to our secretary. But I would like maybe one other question. Okay, another 10 minutes. We can extend our time to another 10 minutes. Okay, now this is a question which I think quite interesting. Yeah, from Dr. Woon Chin Yong from Nottingham University, Malaysia. Yeah. But this one, she mentioned purposely to Prof. Azizi. So she mentioned here, agree, Prof. Azizi, on the point of our country's middle income level status. You mentioned that previously. What can the society do from their part? Yeah, we always talk about on our part, on our side, but what do you think that the society can do on their part? Education is one thing, okay, but to encourage a growth mindset in all citizen groups are not easy. So she would love to hear from, she would love to hear your views, and we all would love to also hear from both Dr. Prof. Taufik and Prof. Bashawi. Right? Okay, so Prof. Azizi, over to you.
Okay, let me start with one initiative by the government. If we remember back in 2014, the government introduced the demand-driven research, which is then known as PPRN. That is one of the initiatives introduced to increase the innovation and hopefully also increase the productivity of Malaysia. But that is just one small initiative involving the public universities. But to overcome or to address the issues, I think it needs a bigger agenda at the national level. I have been reading lots of books about innovation, in particular about Israel. I have read, I think, 3-4 books, and because Israel is one of the most innovative nations in the world. We forget about the conflict with the Palestine, but there are things that we can learn from the Jewish people, I would say. It started from kindergarten, and then goes to the primary school, secondary, then universities. So we need to address that. The curriculum at the school levels need to address that. We need to encourage people to be more proactive, to question things. I think that is the key to being innovative. You need to keep on questioning things, to question the status quo, to think differently, to have the courage to go against the norm, and also, having said that, I think the society need to be more open. The teachers need to listen more to the students. Lecturers need to listen more to the students as well, and it has to become a culture. But before it becomes a culture, we need to create that as a norm. I think we still have a long way to go, but that is why we are starting at UMK. Because I always believe that innovation is the key forward. And we need to change the way we learn, the way we teach, etc. It may take time, but we have to start somewhere. And hopefully we can be one. You cannot start if the school education or the university education does not change. I think we cannot expect people to immediately change when they enter the workforce. It has to start from the early years of the children. So I hope that I answered the question. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Dr. Prof. Bashawi, how about you?
Right. For me personally, I think continue learning. One should not stop, continue to learn until we die. You know, don't be ashamed. Ask around. You know, there are readily available, experts at various universities throughout Malaysia. You know, from Kedah to Sabah and Sarawak. Ask around. We are available. Ask around if you're not sure what you're supposed to do. There are already available expertise at various universities throughout Malaysia. So continue to learn. You know, and you know, in this digital era, there's massive information available online. You know, if you feel, you know, uncomfortable going to see one particular individual expert, go online. There are, you know, thousands of massive information online. It's readily available to learn about various issues, to do business, setting up business, you know, and whatnot. This will address some of the issues raised by earlier on the issue of middle income trap, and also to instill confidence among our societies. You know, failure is part and parcel of life. You know, every single one of us have gone through this cycle before. We start off by failing first before we start to to enjoy success later on. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Prof. Taufik. What do you have in mind?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I agree with what Prof. Javed mentioned. Life is a cycle. Actually, today maybe we are a success, tomorrow maybe we are fail. But anyway, this is part of orang kata keroda kehidupan. Actually, we've gone through all these things actually. So what we need is we have to be patient. We have to be patient. We have to work hard, and don't forget to pray for the success for us and also for all of us. Actually, thank you.
Inshallah. Okay,
Inshallah.
One last question. Okay, this is again from UMK. Okay, Dr. Siu Fon Ng. Okay, this is to all speakers. Yeah, and I would say this is a conclusion. Yeah, for our forum this afternoon. So from Dr. Siu to all the speakers, leaders walk beside people. Give one experience. How do you do it during pandemic? So all three of you, maybe Prof. Ashawi first.
Whether you do it physically or online, these are the two things that you know. I think every single day should, you know, constantly or adopt nowadays. You know, whether you should do it physically now, you can't do it because of the MCO imposed. You can't move easily as much as often as before. What you can do now, there is, you know, this device called handphone. So use it wisely. The social media, you can continue to engage them, you know, constantly day and night. I think it'll be all right, inshallah.
Make it your best friend, eh?
Correct, yes. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Prof. Taufik, maybe?
Yeah, during this pandemic, human is a social means things where we cannot run away from everybody. So even though during this pandemic, we are only physically distancing, we are not social distancing actually. We still can engage and we can keep in touch with different way. Okay, thank you.
All right, last but not least, Prof. Zizi.
Okay, I probably I can share something. Our experience at UMK way back in February last year, when the pandemic hit us. You know, I asked a simple questions to my colleagues. What can we do? How can we address the issues that we and the people are facing? And out of the blue, everyone started to think of things that they can contribute. And, you know, we end up within a couple of months, 7 products that actually benefited not only UMK, but all the frontliners. And it was also, two of the products are also recognized by the Yayasan Inovasi Malaysia, UIAM. So despite the pandemic, I'm positive. I can see that the creativity, the innovation are much better among the UMK denizens compared to before the pandemic. So that's a blessing in this disguise in that context. So just keep on believing, keep on working, and always go back to the fundamental, understand the purpose of our existence, and naturally, I think all the good things, the values will come. Thank you.
Inshallah, inshallah. So I think we have done that. Conclude the discussion today, and we have done with all the questions, the insights from all the panelists, and I would also like to thank those who posted questions, but we have not have enough time to address them right away. But inshallah, the Secretariat will email to all the panelists the questions, and there you might answer them. So let us all thank Dr. Farzah Sulaiman from USM, Associate Professor Dr. Yasir Muhammad Mustafa from IUM, Dr. Suhaimi Mat Sharif from IUM, Dr. Muhammad Anwar from IIM Kuantan Campus, Brother Ruslan Zainul from IIM, and Prof. Eri Adesta from IIM. So thank you very much for your questions. Inshallah, we'll get back to you soon from the Secretariat. So ladies and gentlemen, so this is the end of the day one of the seminar on value-based leadership and value-based performance series 2 2021. Alhamdulillah for the lively discussion. I will conclude that I will conclude to say that don't worry about being successful, but work toward being significant, and the success will naturally follow. Yeah. On behalf of the organizing committee, I wish to thank all the panelists, the heroes of the public higher learning institution, Prof. Taufik, Prof. Azizi, and Prof. Bashawir, for your willingness to share with all of us your knowledge and wisdom, despite your busy schedule. And we got to know that Prof. Bashawir is now at home due to the PKPD.
Yes, exactly. Precisely, yes, and home. Come home around so much, yes.
Yeah, you stay safe there, sir.
Thank you. Thank you,
And the
you
rest
too.
as well, Prof. Azizi and Prof. Taufik. Yeah. So it is our great pleasure to have our participants as well on both platform, Zoom and YouTube, with the hope that we are going to meet again tomorrow on the same platforms, which links will be provided by the Secretariat. So check your mails, check your emails, your handphones, whatnot. And before I call upon the Ustaz Fadil Ramadan Subki from the mosque, I can see that our rector, Tan Sri Zul, is online. Tan Sri, do you have anything to say before I end the session? Tan Sri? Okay, maybe we just meet him.
Not really. Thank you very much.
All right.
All of them.
Okay.
I've been listening very quietly.
Quiet leader. Okay, thank you, Tansi. Thank you for being with us the whole day. All right. So again, stay safe, everyone. Have a good rest. See you again tomorrow. My apology for all shortcomings and hoping to improve tomorrow, inshallah. May Allah ease. Before we go offline, let us invite Afadil Ustaz Ramadan Subki from Sultan Haji Ahmad Shah Mosque IUM to recite the dua. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين اللهم إنا نسألك العافية من كل بلية ونسألك تمام الغنى عن الناس اللهم حبب إلينا الإيمان وزينه في قلوبنا وكره إلينا الكفر والفسوق والعصيان واجعلنا من الراشدين اللهم إنا نسألك حبك وحب من يحبك وحب عمل يقربنا إلى حبك. O Allah, the compassionate, the merciful, grant us peace and iman, safety and Islam, and guidance to perform all that you please. O Allah, grace us with your divine guidance, lead us with your blessings, and guide us with your mercy, so that we will follow the right path in leading this worldly life. Make us your obedient servants, who shall lead this ummah towards its success and splendor. Make the outcome of this seminar be of great benefit and contribution to the development of our people in Malaysia and the whole of the ummah. O Allah, may these days of ours be better than yesterday. May our tomorrow be better than today. Please grant us positive outcomes in all our endeavors. Save us from disappointment both in this world and the hereafter. Allahumma ja'al jam'ana hadha jam'an marhuma wa tafarruqana min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'suma wa la taj'al fina shaqiyan wa la mahruma innaka ala kulli shay'in qadir. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Boleh keluar kan?
Boleh, Prof. Boleh, tak ada masalah.
Okey, terima kasih.
Sama.
Terima kasih Prof. Azizi, terima kasih Datuk Taufik. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum.
Moderator dengan salam kat Akon.
Apa dia Prof? Boleh. Dia kisah salam juga kat Prof.
Okay,
lama tak jumpa dia kata. Okey, insya-Allah. Assalamualaikum.
Salam.